Okay, let's blast off. It's Saturday. We have light news tackling slop tuber epidemic with Noah Samsen. Is he even on Twitter? More. Anything can happen. Get in now. Also, on the food side, I've been on a chicken wrap arc. California Chicken Cafe. Sometimes I get influenced. Okay. Sometimes I get influenced. Hey, Big Mike Malak, friend of the show, posted a fat wrap from California Chicken Cafe on his Instagram story, and he was like baiting them to like send him free wraps or some shit. And I saw that and I was like, damn, that shit looks good. But the story actually doesn't start there. I normally don't fuck with I normally don't fuck with chicken wraps, right? I don't really eat a lot of wraps. I don't really get anything from California Chicken Cafe. However, one day I walk outside my house. My mom freaks out. She says, "Oh, there's like a sandwich here. Someone sent a sandwich here." I think I've told the story already. I walk outside, I grab it. I'm like, oh no, is it like, some fucking meme shit? Like, people find your address or whatever or accidentally deliver something to your house. Or people sometimes will like send you shit just to fuck with you, whatever, right? And it wasn't that. I opened the wrap. I looked at it. I was like, this is a gay wrap. This is the wrap. This is a chicken wrap for a homosexual man. It was Christian's wrap. Christian accidentally ordered it to my house instead of his, right? And I ate it because I was like, I wanna feel like a gay man right now. I want to feel like a handsome twink. I want to see how he is so fit. Okay, so I ate it, and it was like specially made. He puts like broccoli and like carrots in it. I feel like carrots are too much. But he did something. He put alfalfa in it. And I thought that was a good move. And ever since I had that wrap, ever since I had that chicken wrap, I've been thinking about it because it blew my fucking mind. Double chicken breast, alfalfa, many greens in it, right? Bottom friendly diet. I don't know. But it changed me a little bit. And I have had that taste in the back of my mind. I had 2 chicken wraps yesterday. I had both lunch and dinner from California Chicken Cafe with a wrap. It fucked me up. Now I'm a chicken wrap boy. You need the carrots, more vegetables? No, I eat a lot of veggies, dude. I saw on my TikTok timeline, there's an account that just like posts older videos of me. And they were showing like one of my older raps. I forget. I think it's called like Hassan the Human or something, which is weird, which is a weird name for an account, but yeah, I think this is it. Hold on, I found it, and it was like a. Oh, this is it. See how I make this? This is the tzatziki or jujuk. I put the jujuk in the pita or pita. Okay, this one's already broken. It doesn't have a lot of structural. I didn't used to eat that many veggies back then. I have definitely upped the amount of veggies I consume since then. I take the chicken and I dump it in there. Okay, the chicken with like tahini sauce on it. I dump it in there. Where are the veggies? I got pickles, bro. That's veggies. And onions. Then you take the onions and you put it in here as well. And then you take a piece of pickle and you lightly put the piece of pickle on there too. And then finally, no, I don't saute my onions. Finally, a little bit of that eggplant red sauce. Lay it on nice, thick 'em. And that's it. That shit was gas though. I used to make that every day. This was when after I came back, after I would work at the Young Turks in the morning, I would take fish to the park. I would take fish to the dog park. I'd get a quick lift in, and then I would cook, and then immediately start the stream. Totally neurotypical about his food, by the way. I mean, it was gas. It was so good. Why didn't your maid make it? First of all, like the maid allegations are new. Okay, that's like this is me living. I didn't even have my mom with me at this point. This is me living in a fucking 1 bedroom in like 2019. This is you being a bottle of fine wine. Thank you. All right, do you guys want to see? Bro, you're getting stale. React to any mode. Fuck, do, or say something different, law. Watch that average view count keep dropping. 40 to 18K. What is Saturday, man? Also, I don't understand this. You're a content watcher. Oh, he's not even following. He just said that to just like talk shit and then unfollow. Nobody cares about the shit, but we love entertainment. Chaos, yay. Natural selection, cuz just make sure everyone hates us by all means available so suits can justify unleashing more patriotism down the road. Bro rolls like Darth Vader. When a whole ass track cashes out, Dems are beta cuck idealists talking about how things should be and never keep that same energy during vote time. Only united in crying after the fact. Based. Hey Hassan, I am working for the Washington Post PR department. The PR piece you paid $26,000 for will take a few days more. Sorry for that. We have to keep you updated. Hope you have a great day. Thank you. Damn it. I paid $26,000 so that it would come out expeditiously. Damn it. I'm Jeff Bezos. You and Philly D got to mention at the start of the new Rockstars video on the Trump South Park episode. Wait, really? What's that? This one for you, Unc.
Hey, do you know the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper? Gross. Not that, right?
What?
Hey, do you know the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper? Gross.
New Rockstars on Hasanabi. Holy peak. What's Rockstars? Nerd commentary. You're such a himbo, Lamau. I'm not sure what that was supposed to be. The Marvel Breakdown Nerd Bat Chest channel is a YouTube channel. Do we need to autistically describe the joke for you? No, it's a dad joke. He just doesn't understand the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper. The implication is that he's using wallpaper to wipe his ass. It's gross, right? That's the joke, right? I thought it was the joke. The joke was that. Maybe I didn't autistically understand it, to be fair. But I thought that was the joke. It just was fine. Fear and TikTok cutie responded to.
If it's what you truly want, I can wear her skin over mine, her hair over mine.
How I genuinely feel every time Hassan flirts with cutie Cinderella. It's so dumb. I have rosacea. You don't want it. Here's the Rockstars mention. New Rockstars. South Park versus Trump Paramount lawsuit, and Stephen Colbert explaining what the fuck is happening. Have you ever seen Alex Perlman on the DeFranco show basically saying he thinks Jubilee is a psyop? I think Jubilee is a psyop too. I gotta hit this with a repost as always. You already know. I like this channel. Good reviews. I fucking love them. They're great. Okay,
Welcome
what is
back
it?
to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and what the is happening on South Park Season 27 with Paramount, CBS, Stephen Colbert, President Donald Trump, and how is all this stuff important to what we cover here at New Rockstars? I know. Oh shit, New Rockstars is stepping out of our lane to cover one of the most controversial political media stories ever, a topic that we should probably leave to YouTubers like Phil DeFranco or Hassan, and one that could get all kinds of people yelling at me beyond the typical folks who don't like my—
Oh, that's it. That's the mention. That's what you guys were talking about. Listen, I love when a swagged out white boy tries to hit the Hassan like that. Okay, that's a man, right? That's the exact opposite of whenever someone fully knowledgeable of what my name is spelled like drops the double S. That's the opposite. Okay, that's a person trying. You don't need to do that. I never even expect it. Okay, I don't even expect it, but I know I'm in the presence of a cultured man. Okay, I'm in the presence of a man of culture who is he is not a regular white boy. Okay, does that make us cringe? No, I mean I don't really care. Also, you know who does it the most? The people that do it the most are actually other Muslims, like Hassan Minhaj will do that, or like Arabs will do that too. Like that's the most common. I get that most commonly, not from white people, but I get it from like Arabs and Muslims in general, like Muslim Americans. But that's not how your name is pronounced. It's Hassan. But it doesn't matter. I don't like. I'm telling you right now, it does not matter to me at all. It is Hassan is usually like I think it's like an Arabic pronunciation, right? Same with Murat. The way Pyro pronounces your name is so funny. Who's Pyro? What is this?
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being.
Hey, this is, dude. This is one of my young talents that I clocked early on.
I'm going to trust my friends in the administration.
I like these guys. The Jam Pod is like their new product, I feel like, but it's great.
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
Balls in his hand. I know, sir. Balls in his hand. Balls. That nigga got the phone call of doom.
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends.
I linked up with them when I was at the DNC. I saw them for a little bit. I feel like I think people really don't know how their name is pronounced as long as it isn't. Really don't mind how their name is pronounced as long as it isn't low-key racist. Yeah. I've never cared. Yeah. I don't expect it. And I'm telling you right now, I do not expect it. It doesn't matter. Like it's not a big deal. If you can't say it right, it is not a big deal at all. That's why I said, like, when people say Hassan, it's not the correct pronunciation, but I still appreciate it because that's like, especially if it's a white boy saying it, they're like they're trying to put some stank on it. They're trying to put some seasoning on it. You know what I mean? That is a white boy with some swag. How do you pronounce it then? I already told you it's Hassan, but it doesn't matter. Hassan. Speaking of swagged out white boys, relevant, real. What? Bryce Mitchell is the opposite of a swagged out white boy, dude. What are you talking about? He's a fucking crackhead. He is not a swagged out white boy at all. Bryce Mitchell is abort, opposite. It's pronounced Hamas Piker, correct? Yeah, that's how you're supposed to say it. It's Hasanabi. Anyway, we'll do the news. Let's get into it. Here, I'm gonna do another call to action for the blast off meme here, or a blast off tweet here. Is your name Hassan or Hasanabi? Hasanabi just means older brother Hassan. In Turkish, we have honorifics. Like my younger brother Murat, I refer to him by his name. He does not refer to me by my name. He refers to me by Abi. That's what Murat calls me, if you noticed. And that's what you're supposed to do. How would you say our unk? Day, which is a I without the dot on it. That means uncle. But that's uncle on the mother's side. Uncle on the father's side is amca. So dayı is uncle on the mother's side. Amca is uncle on the father's side. So if you say Hasan dayı or Hasan amca, you're saying I'm Uncle Hassan. Cenk is my dayı. He is not my amca. Wait, so Google is wrong? I thought you got Hasanabi from working with kids in Turkey. What? Google? That's what Google said? No. Is it a tonal language? Does the inflection like rising tones matter? No. I don't think so. Yeah, that's an AI. That's an AI article, I think. I think this is the most cultured white boy here, Hassan. Our future together. I'm joining Advanced UK. Ew. Tommy Robinson, or what is his name? Yaxley Lennon is the worst that the whites have to offer. A shame. Now tell them how you use dayı when you're shitting on an older guy and amca when it's a respect older guy. I mean, sure. Stephen Yaxley Lennon, but not like Lenin. This is the best slop tube channel of the day. To the rat cave. What is this?
We're not doing well. Let me call the Russian.
Bro, what is this? You just sent me a 26-second video that's not a YouTube short from a channel that has 207 subscribers with 46 views from 4 months ago. And I'm not even sure if this is your own personal channel that you're plugging in here. That's craziness. That is crazy. What is happening? That's crazy. You never finished this stream com from yesterday?
How much do you know about me? I believe in the theory of the Dragon of Chaos so much that my daughter almost killed me.
Yeah, well. Based. Yeah, Trump's based. He's gonna save us. He's gonna make America great again. Yeah, it's real clear. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, you see, in 2012, I said it was 90% complete. Now, in 2025, 99% complete. Look at people say, how are you low-key good at accents? People say that my accents are just my voice, but like only slightly tuned. Like every time I try to do an accent, it's just like the same voice and it's just only a little bit tuned. I can't, I don't know. No shade, haha. It is. When I watched like a highlight of this, I realized that my impressions are just like not that good. The bomb. Boom. It explodes. Zoran Memdabi. I am gay. I am black. I am Muslim. I am a landlord. I am New York. New York City is not the Moscow of America, and is certainly not the Beijing of America. New York City is not the Pyongyang or Havana of America. It is the Istanbul of America.
Fartlo. People with a soul are shocked beyond words that mainstream media is manipulating and exploiting photographs of children with congenital diseases to push a lie.
Your Alex Jones impersonations are spot on. Some of them are better than others. Fatlo, Alex Jones, Trump are your best ones. What is this? The Aesthetics of Fascism. New video from Ben. What is Ben? This motherfucker's account is just called Ben. How was there not another account called Ben? Wait, is this Ben a Minute? Did he rebrand to Ben? Because I'm subscribed to him. That is crazy. You would expect a platform like YouTube that has been around for quite a while. You would expect there to be a fucking Ben. He probably bought it. No, he probably changed his name. He recognized that Ben was available. It's actually a bad idea to just name your channel just that, though. And I know I learned the hard way, because my second channel is called Hassan, and it's virtually impossible to find it. It's bad SEO. It's really bad SEO. So he should probably change that. If I were him, I would change it. Scenes from Ben is his other socials. Do you take 0.5 milligram Fin every day or every other day? I take it every day. Oh, I will say someone has been like I was looking at, this is another thing that I saw on TikTok the other night. You know how, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find the actual fucking account. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. The same shooting. There's an account called like Racist Nietzsche that I guess like compiled all of my reacts.
What would you even call
to
this?
The quote unquote cookie verse and the black pill edits that people are doing, like BP edits that people are doing. And I looked through the comments and they are so bad. Hassan, I just ordered a chicken wrap and it says delivered, but it didn't come to Austin and I's house. Well, there you go. Sweet. Can't wait to get another free wrap, baby. Let's go. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, free food. I'm about to get extra gay. I'm eating. This is a day in the life eating bottom friendly foods challenge. Okay. Free twink wrap. The new Doug challenge. It's so good. I am on the Christian. You have officially got me on board with twink wraps. And it's not even like a twinkish wrap, for the record. Make no mistake. I'm calling it a twink wrap, but it's not. It is slammed with protein. Okay? He hits that double chicken breast. 100%. And it's great. It's delicious. I've had it twice. I put alfalfa in there too. That was great tech. I got that straight from you. I gave you credit for it. Alfalfa in the wrap. Excellent move. Did you blast off? I did. But it's Saturday and there's not anything like super crazy happening in the news. So obviously people are not tuning in because they think I'm just going to be doing like fun shit and they don't like fun. Is alfalfa just sprouts? Yeah. But anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So they clipped all this stuff. They clipped all of my like comments. And I always thought like there's annoying people that are kind of dumb in the slop tuber universe. Okay. I thought there was like annoying people that were kind of dumb in the slop tuber universe. Oh my Lord. It turns out, I mean, these are just teenagers. Like it hit me. I read some of these comments and it hit me like the internet has created an environment where the most ruthless people, teenagers, can just fucking rip you apart with the intensity that you assume is coming from a fully fleshed adult. Okay? But like when you realize most of these people are just like literally 14 years old, you're like, oh, this makes so much sense. Cause like if you've ever, I don't know, gone to a park or something and you're playing basketball and there's like 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and you hear them like make fun of someone, like make fun of an adult, they're like vicious, they're ruthless. You know what I mean? That's the internet. That's just what the internet has become. And it's something that we forget, which I think actually plays a role in the ongoing discourse about all of these countries now making ID laws so that everyone has to put their government ID and give it to like a third party so they can just like log on to Spotify or whatever, which I'm going to talk about today because it's fucking crazy. But one of the things that's really funny is like these guys don't realize that the BP edit stuff that is now on TikTok that has become more mainstream started on the bodybuilding forums many decades prior when these guys were basically protein in their father's ball sack. You know what I mean? Like when these children who are probably like 14, 15, 16, when they were literally like not alive, that's when it actually originally started. And this is something that I've been obviously familiar with. And anyway, they're very mad and they don't understand like my commentary on this stuff. And they're like, this guy's an idiot. Like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get, like, BP edits. I can't be the only one that doesn't like how it's fallen down the alt-right pipeline. The cookie-verse was better when it wasn't political. Bro, BP was alt-right before it was ever cookie-verse. Exactly. It was. And I think a lot of people don't fully comprehend that, like, the BP edit stuff, which is black pill edits, for those of you who don't know. And black pill is, like, when it's communities that are hyper-focused on, like, male aesthetics. And it's basically like anorexia Twitter, but for young boys. Okay, it's a subset of incel culture, but now it's like super normalized, especially among teens. And I was showing this to like Cameron, and it's really interesting because like, I mean, some people are just like memeing about it or whatever, but then other people were taking it super seriously. Hassan literally will never get it. He just needs to stop. And it's like really funny because like I was there when these when these incredibly stupid memes were being cultivated in the dark circles of the internet. Peak relevant TikTok of how 14. But
you know what's crazy? It makes so much.
Yeah, Wisdom also clocked it too. A lot of people are starting to notice it as well, because I think it's like gaining more prominence. But there's a literal BP guy called Syrian Psycho. He's very pro-Palestine. No, I know. As is the case with everything on the internet, it of course, it's like the Pepe frog, okay? It starts off as like a cool thing, a fun little drawn, cute cartoon. Right-wingers take hold of it. They start blasting it everywhere. And then it basically gets reappropriated back into like a reasonable piece of discourse, and then the neo-Nazis will like find a different version of it. Neo-Nazis will find a different version of that same thing, and will blast that to like signal once again what they represent and what this actually represents. But ultimately, for those of you who don't know, because there's a lot of people who don't understand this internet culture stuff, and my job is to, hold your hand and guide you through this process. A lot of you're just talking about how people steal AAVE and turn it anti-black. That's another very common meta as well, which Bill Burr also kind of funnily addressed on the Vulture interview that he did recently when he was talking about woke, the terminology of woke. But anyway, let me get back to this thing, okay? So originally, black pill and lookism, okay, that's what it's called. Lookism is the other term for it, is a genetic predeterminist movement online, okay? And it starts off with like body dysmorphia that a lot of bodybuilders have in bodybuilding forums. And it was just basically something that was super niche for quite a while. But then it moved into like its own websites, and it moved into like Reddit and 4chan, and it turned into like black pill. The idea that you are cucked by your genes and there is no solution. There's no way that you can improve the way you look. There's different there are varying degrees of lookism adjacent things out there. There are some people who I guess like the healthy version of this is just to be like, you should work out and go to the gym, and something that I always say, which is, you know, every man can be a 7, as in you have tremendous potential. You just have to unlock it. You just have to figure out like what works and what doesn't work, and take care of yourself and become more confident. But then it very quickly can move into a very unhealthy place where you start focusing too much on how you look, and everything turns into aesthetics, and everything becomes a problem. And then you start looking at other people who just have something that you don't have, and you're constantly comparing yourself to other people, and you get more and more mad. and at the extreme end of this, on the one side you have the looks maxers, right? You gym max, you looks max, you you have to like make everything into I don't know, some sort of process, right? You can't just be like, take a shower, go to the gym, get a haircut. It has to be beyond that. You have to gamify it, exactly. But basically, on the scary tail end of this, you have you have people who spend a good deal of time talking about how impossible it is for them to actually make changes in themselves because they're just cucked by their genes. There's nothing they can do. There's no way to overcome their genetic predetermined slot. Okay? So for that reason, it's understandable that this is a very right-wing attitude. It's a very reactionary attitude to have. The notion that like you are not capable of changing, and that your looks are all that matters. And it is just like a eugenics adjacent, if not a directly eugenicist movement, right? The thing is, a lot of people start off with memes, and it's not supposed to be that serious, and then move into a scarier and scarier community. Okay? They find themselves captivated by this kind of thing, and eventually those memes, just like a term that you would use ironically turns into something that you use unironically. Eventually those memes become like a thing that you legitimately believe. Okay? And I'm sure there are plenty of people, because this is an extremely online community at the end of the day, there's probably plenty of people that have even found themselves in communities like this one, and luckily were able to pull themselves out before it took a dark turn, or know someone that's gone down this pipeline. The BP edits are like semi-ironic online. The black pill edits are semi-ironic online. There was a lot of focus on like looks maxing, like the Syrian psycho guy, for example. And I noticed that this was like literally lookism shit and like black pill shit, but I don't think that they were like aware. They had probably seen this somewhere online. They weren't fully aware of like where this kind of information was coming from. But now it's become, interestingly enough, like a genuinely political space. It has found itself perfectly aligned with the right-wing politics, like not even just like regular Republican politics, but like straightforwardly right-wing, alt-right style politics, which is where it started to begin with. I mean, it started at like bodybuilding forums and whatnot, and it was like initially apolitical, but it became a something resembling a mass movement in far right circles to begin with. Anyway, here's Wisdom, friend of the show, Wisdom, with a take on this issue, because he's also noticed it as well, because it broke containment. I think like the moment that it broke containment was like when that one guy, Clavicular, said something racist about Marlon. And after that, people were like, what the fuck is this? This is like really racist. And then some people were like, of course it's racist. It was always racist. This is like genetically predeterminist attitudes. They're, of course, reactionary. It's eugenics, right? And then in the aftermath of that, he just like doubled down on that statement by hanging out with Nick Fuentes, prominent neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes.
So much sense that the internet is toxic and there's so much like negativity and arguing and so much back and forth, whatever. there's literally kids everywhere on the fucking internet. Like, think about the craziness of this. You can be like an adult, you can be 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, whatever. And then you can see a post that triggers you, but it was just made by a 14-year-old in the middle of second period who had nothing better to do. Yeah. No sense of morality, no sense of right or wrong, no real idea of the world, what's going on. And now they're just on here talking to you in your space. And you don't even know that. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. That's why there's so much argument, so many beef, so much beefing, so much rage bait. I'm so sorry. I feel like you get to an age where the idea of rage baiting is so like beyond you. Think about what rage baiting is. I'm 24 now. When I was the last time I would probably rage bait. I mean, not that I was ever rage baited, but like, I would have been rage baiting when I was 17. At 18, I probably wouldn't have been rage baiting, maybe, but I don't know. That would have been the last time I would have rage baited. I'm too old to rage bait. I sound like a fucking unk. Now I see why y'all call me unk. But like, I couldn't have the time to try to deliberately make someone mad. That's such a young thing to fuck. I don't know if that makes sense. That's such an adolescent thing to fucking do. I'm making myself sound prehistoric as fuck. I know y'all are gonna have a field day with this shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't give a fuck. But isn't that fucking crazy? Like, you could be right now getting worked up, flustered, having an argument in the comment section, going back and forth in your replies, all because you're sharing the same space as somebody who has second period, third period, fourth period. They're in class. They have to say the Pledge of Allegiance every fucking morning. They're driving you fucking crazy on the internet. You're losing time, sleep, energy out of your fucking day because we're all traverse the internet with people of all fucking ages. Blows my mind sometimes. That's why, bro, I don't even reply to shit. But yeah, stay safe out there, chat.
Yeah. It goes beyond that though, but that is a big part of it. You're just like, at a certain point, you got to realize like you're literally doing discourse with a child and you think that this child is an adult because it's anonymous. Like, people, you don't know what this person's background is. You don't know what this person's like education level is. You don't know how old they are. You don't know what their lived experience is. Things that you could normally, this is something I've talked about a million times, as you guys know. The internet has this blanket, this like blanket neutrality, right? Where a fundamental part of interpersonal communication in the real world is lost, right? Because under normal circumstances, if you were to imagine someone writing a comment but saying it to you in the real world, you'd be like, this is not how this would go, right? This is what I try to like explain to people all the time. Now, of course, I don't have the capacity to be able to comment like an anonymous troll because I've been online for longer than a decade with my government name. You know what I mean? Like, so for me, it's a little bit different. But for many of you that are writing with anonymous accounts, it's like hard to comprehend. But that anonymity, when you are interacting with people, that anonymity is what, hold on, Noah's here. Okay. That anonymity online creates a very unique type of social interaction, that cuts away at a fundamental part of having a conversation with another human being. Okay, I'm going to talk about this extensively. Hold on one second.
I think anyone who's still in high school or below should have their own internet, like their own special internet for that. And then once they've reached a certain age, then they get on the main internet. I'm not saying the main internet is going to be any better. There's still stupid people everywhere. There's still grown adults who rage bait, which is fucking sad. But like, that's my opinion. That way, everyone in high school and below can still vibe out, still have your thing, still like, it'll still be lit. Don't get me wrong, it'll be lit. But I feel like then we don't have to like, there won't be so much beef and negativity and rage and so much nonsense that manifests out of nowhere as often. Like, it would still happen. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm talking shit. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, hold on. Pull up a chair. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies, we've got Noah Samsen in the building. I can't believe you still have that hair. That's crazy.
Oh, the split dye? Yeah, dude. I just got a cut yesterday, and I don't know. It's just like this because I ran out of dye, you know, on the charity stream. But it's gotta go. They did my bangs crazy.
Okay. XXX Tentacion Noah.
Yeah.
Noah Samsen is a YouTuber. For those of you who don't know, he's done wonderful work. He's done wonderful work on his YouTube channel. He's also fundraised quite a bit for Palestine, for Palestinian charities. You might know him. This is is this your first time like here?
I've never been here. Yeah, this is my first time.
Have we met before in person?
We met
we have, right?
at a Halloween party in October
true,
of 2023. You were wearing a Barbie kind of jumpsuit, and I was wearing a maid outfit, and we talked about Palestine on the balcony.
Oh yeah,
something like that. Really really weird situation, but
oh, I remember. I think that was like, damn, that's crazy. That was a long ass time ago.
yeah, it was like right after October 7th. Just crazy timing.
Yeah. Noah is my favorite of the PBS universe, Piker Broadcasting Service universe.
Oh, I
Nice.
heard. Yeah, you got a contract with PBS now.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
That's
I
so
paid him.
exciting.
I paid him 20 grand. I pay
Yeah.
my PR team 20 grand so that they can.
I
get
met
me.
them on the way in. All 20 of them.
Yeah,
working around the clock.
They're just working so hard. They're working tirelessly.
Trying to scrub your old tweets and stuff. It's
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
lot of
They're
work.
they're also getting me great placements in
Yeah.
the media, famously. Yeah, I got 20 PR guys working tirelessly around the clock. But yeah, you just joined when we were. No, it used to be Noel Miller's editor. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's right,
dude. Like the first time you watched a video of mine on stream, what happened was my friend in the chat tagged you and said, because that's how they can make it red, right? They tag you.
Yeah.
You read all of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He tagged you and was like, Noel Miller's editor just made a video and referenced you. And then you pulled it up because you're like, oh, I know Noel. And then you watched it. And then that's how that like was my first big video, actually.
Yeah, that blew up.
Yeah, it was the one about like bread tube.
But I don't understand. I thought doing reacts and stuff was like really bad for channels.
Yeah. You did make a lot. Like your clips channels probably made collectively like 500 grand off me. But I'm just happy to be here and contribite, and bring some positivity.
Yeah,
and do a little bit of glazing.
Yeah, that's
too much.
Well, that doesn't go back to my pockets. You're just funding people's college education at that point.
Yeah.
Is a forcible.
I heard it. It doesn't matter. But yeah, no. The point is, a lot of people. Yeah, that was a random thing. But yeah, Noel. I edited for him for like 3 years actually, and
yeah,
I was an editor for a while. And that's kind of how I got started in YouTube. Just YouTube editing.
Oh yeah. All right. Also, get closer to the.
Oh, can they not hear me? What do you got? What do you got filters wise on this thing?
Yeah, I got some.
So I'm like, you want me right here?
Yeah.
Do you have water?
Yeah, it's right underneath your legs.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, anyways, that's
Mr. Parker, you accidentally paid 200K instead of 20K on our last hit piece on you at the New York Times. If that's okay, we would like to take this as a continued measure of your confidence in us to spin your propaganda. Please enjoy your next PR piece on the house. Thank you. That would mean 9 other PR pieces that I'm expecting from the New York Times now.
I forgot they got, the New York war crimes. You're getting features with them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Big time.
I've talked about this a lot, but it's just like, I have a lot of friends that are fantastic reporters. There are a lot of them in this community as well that tune in. And I think from all of my conversations with people that work at like Washington Post, even New York Times and all these other places, like it's more so a challenge to overcome editorial control. And it's like impossible. The way that these
like the journalists say that about the editors.
Yeah, the way to get like real reporting on a thing that is actually happening that is against the interests of the American State Department has become basically impossible, especially on the issue of Israel. Like this is one of the most like glaringly obvious instances where there is a filter that stops directly journalists that see what's going on and want to report on it that simply are unable to do so.
Every newsroom has come out with exposés from like a bunch of journalists being like, hey, they're making us not say genocide and not even say occupation. And like, they're making us just do a little bit of Israel glazing. And it's not crazy, but it's the most overt and the most public people have been about it, like in terms of dissenting,
Yeah. I would say that like, it goes beyond on the issue of Israel. It certainly does go beyond like this instance, this iteration of Israel's genocide. It has gone above and beyond what is normally considered like the regular filters, the self-censorship that careerist journalists have in order to like elevate themselves. Because it's not like someone being like, you can't say that. under normal circumstances, people understand what is expected of them, right? People understand what is expected of them from higher ups that that basically choose to cover certain stories, choose to omit certain information, right? Knowing full well, like when it comes to healthcare, for example, like they know that the editorial control there is, or if you want to be elevated in your journalism career, like you're gonna have to silence your actual opinions on certain issues and omit key details, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The Andrew Marr Noam Chomsky bit comes to mind. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like the idea. I mean, here we can just like play that video as a matter of fact. But
first react.
Basically, it's like Noam Chomsky says to Andrew Marr, like, you're interviewing me right now because of your opinions. Like, you're in this position in the media because of your opinions. You got to this point because of your worldview and how close it is to the interests of capital owners in general. You didn't actively suppress your opinions. You just, this is who you are. And that's why you were elevated. But with Israel, I think like it has gone beyond that for sure, because it's such a glaringly obvious instance of harm, and it is diametrically opposite to the interests of America's State Department goals in the region, and therefore there is direct hands-on editorial control in a way that we haven't seen prior.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's part of like what has been unearthed is like you're trying to contain this project like of settler colonialism, of genocide. And when it becomes this overt, it's like you can only contain it so long, the lies, repeatedly seeing them over again. And now being, I think, more cognizant of the way more subtle things about like language, omission, like you were saying, things they choose to cover. Like I don't think the New York Times covered the Hannibal Directive at all. And I don't think the New York Times covered, there's another really significant one. Like they've barely reported on anything. Journalists being killed in Gaza. And it's like, yeah, it's all been galvanized by this whole process. And as horrific as everything going on is, obviously, it's like public perception has changed so much in the last 2 years. It's kind of stunning.
Oh, the
to
rape
see.
protest, the pro-rape riots.
Oh, they didn't cover that. The right to rape. Oh my God.
Yeah, the right to rape rally.
Jesus. Yeah.
And when they do, they will bury the lead. They'll add this additional information, like they'll hide it in the bottom of the article.
Dude,
the headline, the most important part of the article is obviously always like passive voice that
kids
makes
are starving in Gaza. They're hungry. We don't know why. Just something's happening, and that's the result. There was a article they did on the Al Baqa cafe bombing 2 days ago, and it's crazy because this is the piece that's supposed to be covering Israel in a somewhat critical manner. It's like an indefensible war crime that happens. Yeah. But the first, you'll see in the first paragraph when they talk about casualties in Gaza, they make sure to stipulate that the Gaza Health Ministry does not distinguish between civilians and combatants.
This is it, right? A seaside refuge in Gaza torn apart by an Israeli strike. The Israeli military said it killed at least 3 Hamas operatives at Al Baqa Cafe. It also killed a journalist, an artist, and 2 best friends reconciling after a fight.
Starting with Hamas operatives, they said that they got them with no evidence. And I think one of the ties was that it was like the nephew of a Hamas commando who was just in the army there, but you're allowed to kill him while he's drinking coffee.
Yeah.
It was, just a few paragraphs down where they're saying like,
if the New York Times' metric, or because the New York Times' metric for like enemy combatant is whatever Israel says is an enemy combatant. If Israel's rules for declaring someone an enemy combatant was appropriate and was adjusted for the Palestinian side, you could nuke Tel Aviv and it would be considered a legal thing to do. And the reason, and I don't think that's appropriate, obviously.
But that's true.
But anyone that is even remotely associated with the Israeli occupying force in any capacity, or is a part of any of the Israeli governing parties, part of the war coalition parties, or any party with the exception of any person that has ever served in the IDF would be a enemy combatant at all points. Doesn't matter
blow
if they're
up like a-
50, doesn't matter if they're 70, doesn't matter if they're like literally the
the janitor at the
yeah.
like Mossad, like I don't know, satellite campus or whatever.
Yeah,
You can just blow it
or
up.
even like a fucking 75-year-old retired IDF operative that has spent his life being an anti-Zionist after that. That would still be like a valid military target by Israel's designation, because they just say it doesn't matter. This person was connected to a Hamas militant, and now they don't even have to be a militant who is actively in combat. They can just be a Hamas official from the Politburo that is tasked with civil governance, like the trash collector. You know what I mean? The head
journalists,
of
like that's the big thing with journalists. They just
the head of Hamas
fabricate
sanitation, civil servants.
Yeah.
Or journalists, exactly.
Make kill lists because of any. I mean, I don't know, like the example of the UNRWA defunding, where it was like out of the 13,000 employees in UNRWA, it was that 13 employees were allegedly by the Israeli military's allegations associated with Hamas or associated with October 7th. They had no evidence for that. But even if that were true, all that means is that members of the militant group have day jobs with UNRWA. That's all that means. But of course, you can, lay the groundwork to starve children, as we're seeing right now, from 2 years of stripping funding from like the biggest organization operating in Gaza. Crazy.
Yeah. Are medical workers included? Everyone is included.
Everybody.
Everyone. Because Hamas both has the Al-Aqsa Brigades, which is the militant wing, and it has the Civil Governance Political Bureau. Okay? The civil governance is like tasked with the education ministry, healthcare, things of that nature, trash collection, right? Infrastructure. And that's also still Hamas. That is the only governing party in Gaza. Okay? And therefore, didn't I say Al-Qassam Brigades? What did I? Oh, did I say Al-Aqsa? Sorry, Al-Qassam Brigades is the militant wing. Al-Aqsa Flood is the October 7 operation that was named the Al-Aqsa Flood. And apologies. Yeah, they have the Israeli government has basically openly targeted, the agriculture minister or the head of police. Like, it's completely unacceptable. It is a direct war crime.
It's the power of like the terrorism designation, right?
Yeah, but
that's
also
the bad guy. And I mean Hamas, being
exactly.
US
No, that's why
terror.
that's precisely why that vague definition exists to begin with.
Yeah.
And they're using and abusing that. They're spamming that as aggressively as they possibly can. And it's clearly not working as well as it used to. But it doesn't really matter because for the media, it's enough. And there's still plenty of people who, when they hear "but Hamas," there's plenty of people who just
That's why
agree
they
with
put
it.
it right in this subheading there, right? They're like, I mean, dude, fucking, I don't know, 32 people were killed by Israel. They completely destroyed this cafe. I did a video on this. Like, oh my God, Channel 4 covered it. The British outlet Channel 4 covered it pretty well because they're like, dude, these two young women were reconciling a fight that they had, and they were texting their family about it, and they just blew the whole thing up. And all of what happened there, the mass slaughter, is just summarized here. They're like, okay, it blew up, and then probably there was a Hamas guy there. So the average American reader that has been, propagandized to believe that that's evil, there was an evil, barbaric, rapist, evil, like Hitler in there means, okay, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and that is, again, totally inappropriate. That is completely ridiculous. It is illegal, okay? There are rules of warfare. There's rules of combat. There are rules for combat for a good reason. And people have tried to abide by said rules. They've obviously expanded on them aggressively over the course of many years, but you can't just shoot and kill someone even if they are literally a fucking militant otherwise, okay? They're not actively in combat. You just can't go up and kill a veteran. You know what I mean? Or you can't go up and kill someone who is in the military, but they're off duty.
No, that you understand, if they're getting treated in a hospital, the hospital's a valid military target now.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
That's insane to me that
already
Israel
wounded from being attacked, laying in a hospital bed, drinking coffee at a cafe.
You
blow
can't
up
even do that.
everything.
And we don't even have evidence that these guys were that person to begin with. So Yeah, that's another thing that we're going to talk about. Don't worry. Saw an Atlantic article with the headline "Hamas wants Gaza to starve."
Oh, that one.
We can start
bastard.
off. We can start off with that. So you've tackled a bunch of like the slop tubers and the ways in which they have defended Israel's genocide, but they haven't like. There's varying degrees of Hasbara defense of Israel out there, right? And I think what a lot of the slop tubers have decided to do is instead of like tackling the issue head on and really talking about the politics of it or the policies or the ideology behind Israel's actions or Zionism or any number of different things that they could cover, they've decided to cover this from the aspect of drama by basically positioning themselves against people like myself, yourself, and many other content creators who were unafraid to openly state their opinion about Israel, even immediately after October 7. And they basically rode the wave of enmity for as long as they could.
What does enmity mean? Sorry.
Resentment. Yeah. Having said that, however, they've been noticeably absent from the conversation. If you notice, like in the past couple of months, I would say,
as the tide is turning on public opinion. Yeah.
And the tide shift has already taken place, and now I think for even their fan bases, like they realize this is even for their fan bases, this is like a non-starter, right? So they have been forced to change tactics, I guess, and like hyper focus on drama on other things.
Yeah, it's like the whatever framework of content that's been used to see like, okay, this guy online says something that's like kind of left politics. I'm right wing, so I'm going to clip that thing out of context, make a whole video about it, make a bunch of money off of it. The videos do well. Everybody makes the same video, so that way it boosts it in the algorithm. They're all friends. They low-key collaborate, or they low-key watch each other's videos, and it's the same video where they say, oh, that guy's doing terrorism. That's the framework of how the content ecosystem works. And then a genocide starts happening, or a genocide escalates to the point of a very visible and obvious and well-documented genocide. My goat. And then now, I mean, this is a totally unprecedented thing, but what happens is they apply that same framework to an actual genocide, and all of your criticism of the genocide is towards the people that are opposing it and fighting against it. And at that point, you're helping the genocide. Like, you're backing it. That was the big thing they got mad at me and tried to sue me for, is like, you can either fight against a genocide or back a genocide. There's no middle ground here. And if the only time you spend talking about it is attacking the people that criticize it and attacking the people that have, been vocal anti-Zionists, or attacking the groups in the world that are resisting militarily as terrorists or whatever, then you're helping. You're just backing. It's one or the other, right? And they chose that one because they don't like a YouTuber, right? That's the whole thing.
Look at the comments. They lost the narrative. Oh, yeah. The Atlantic posted Hamas wants Gaza to starve. This is by Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. You might be familiar with who this person is, maybe because you saw me cover him before. He's attacked me as well. He is the only supposedly pro-Palestinian voice who is Palestinian himself, even though he calls himself Gazan, okay, not Palestinian. Never met a Palestinian who says I'm Gazan instead of saying that they're Palestinian first, except for Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. Ethan Klein had him on his broadcast. They literally fundraised for the Atlantic Council, which Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib is a part of. Atlantic Council is a pro-NATO right-wing think tank.
Funded by the U.S. Defense Department, primarily?
Yes. And Ahmed, we're going to do a deeper dive into this, because now that the toothpaste is out of the tube, cat's out of the bag, people are recognizing that Israel is deliberately starving the Palestinian population, and it's one of those it's one of those things that's like an undeniable war crime of epic proportions, and it's brought out harrowing images that even mainstream media has had to cover. More and more people are recognizing this devastating reality. So, of course, as time goes on, those who are tasked with defending Israel in its weakest moments for PR are getting more ridiculous.
Yeah, they have quite the heavy burden to refute 1,000 pages of reports from humanitarian organizations accusing Israel of genocide. You're gonna write an op-ed like Brett Stevens that's 3 pages trying to refute 1,000 pages of evidence. You can't do that. You can't do that, and the comments will immediately reflect that. Like, the shift is crazy to see. I mean, it's not crazy. It was inevitable, but seeing it happen and how fast it's happening now, as it's like the liberal establishment is kind of like, if you have Obama calling for aid to Gaza, that means something that has to be a big deal in terms of like public perception. But like, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I didn't say he's pro-Palestine. I said he's pro-Palestine in air quotes.
You talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib.
This is
the collaborator guy.
He is different than the average like Israeli ultranationalist, right? He's not. He is Palestinian. He has family in Gaza. Many of his family members have been slaughtered by the Israeli state. He is a collaborator. Okay, he's a collaborator with the Israeli state that works with an American think tank that is, of course, understandably pro-Israel. America is pro-Israel. It is an American State Department cutout, right? And as time goes on, these guys are going to become increasingly belligerent and look dumber and dumber. But of course, The Atlantic wrote this piece. Hamas wants Gaza to starve. This is the only Palestinian voice Ethan Klein had it on his Hasbara podcast, wrote an article defending Israel after the world finally woke up to the famine it created. For a guy who loves to call all anti-Zionist Jews tokens, he sure loves using Israel's Arab/Palestinian collaborators.
This guy was a nobody before October 7th.
Greg J. Stoker, yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib.
I thought you were talking about Greg J. Stoker.
Oh, no, yeah, fuck this. No, that's the
he's cool. I like
military analysis type of guy.
Yeah. He works for Mint Press. Mint Press is great.
Yeah. But the guy who wrote this like article, like at this point, to make this claim and to frame it this way, you kind of have to be like a moron or paid by the Atlantic Council, because that makes perfect sense. And with people like this, based on like what they write and say about it, it's sometimes one or the other. Like there's more obvious upfront propagandists like that. The Mossad guy, what's his name, that just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. What's his name?
Mint Press is a literal fascist organization. What?
Is it?
No.
Did you just do a fascism?
No, it's not. What the fuck?
I love that you talk to your chat.
Yeah, it's
what is it called? Getting one guide? Is that a thing? I learned about that the other day.
I do get one guide quite a bit.
That was just one message.
He said, sorry, I'm just bored.
We're making history right now, and you're gonna interrupt because you're bored.
Yeah, no, that's normal. Okay,
but that's part of the history is getting interrupted.
The Palestinian who wrote this travesty has a master's in intelligence studies from American University and has written pieces for the Washington Institute of Near East Policy, a think tank founded by AIPAC in 1985. He now runs the Realigned for Palestine program at the Atlantic Council, another think tank and CIA cutout. On Twitter, he openly reposts virulent Israeli Hasbaras and wages war against liberatory language. Okay? Ram and every other hostage should be set free immediately, and food should flow freely to starving Palestinians. There's too much suffering. It will only... I mean, I don't think this is a good example of mentioning...
Oh, the suffering, won't end when this theoretical thing happens that you want.
No, I'm saying, like, this is not the best example of his retweet of someone who is, like, a virulent Hasbarist.
Oh, yeah.
But he does do that. I'm not saying Chef Jose Andres is a virulent Hasbarist, but... but he does certainly highlight a lot of virulent Hasbarists in general. But he always tries to angle it from the perspective of, like, I'm a Palestinian, my family has been killed by Israel, and I think the real enemy here is not Israel, but it's actually Hamas. Okay,
that one was crazy. What was the headline? Israel killed, or I don't even think he said it that way. It's like 37 members of my family were killed by Israel, but
college protesters that love Hamas are the problem.
Right. Yeah.
Something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's when you usually know. Like when someone is hyper focusing on like things that only matter in Western discourse, then you know they are being deliberate about like what kind of propaganda they're doing. And they tried to roll this out. They tried to roll this out with like a bunch of different people. Like John Aziz is another one, the peace poet or whatever.
Are we gonna watch the Bad Empanada video on the collaborators?
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Because he covers it pretty well, I think.
But his role in the imperial system is to muddy the waters surrounding the framework of the two-state solution by weaponizing its Palestinian identity, thereby complicating the situation. This is for material gain and political access. My latest for The Atlantic, Hamas actually wants a famine. Hamas actually wants a famine in Gaza. Producing mass death from hunger is the group's final play. Its last hope for ending the war in a way that advances its goals. The deception of fake anti-Hamas peaceniks Khalil Jerry's has thoroughly shown himself to be nothing more than a typical fraudulent peace activist who pretends da-da-da-da-da. His entire Realign for Palestine program is literally just one big psyop to confuse the framework in service of intelligence interests. Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib is a classic example of how colonialism cannot survive without native collaboration. Okay? Realign from radical extremism to radical pragmatism.
Radical pragmatism.
Yeah,
That's
calls for more
awesome.
violence must be rejected. Violence only fosters fear, resentment, and retribution. So, like, a lot of the language that he's using is specifically tailored towards like liberal interests,
100%,
and liberal needs, so that he's basically like the kind of guy that if you criticize, people are going to go, "What the fuck do you mean? This is a Palestinian,
You're speaking
and he loves
over
and he loves
Palestinian
peace."
voices. Yeah.
Yeah.
That combination of the rhetoric plus the identity. That's, I think, something I want to talk to you about is like the galvanization that has happened of the concept of like liberal identity politics when it comes to weaponizing being a Palestinian or a Palestinian identity, or weaponizing Judaism the way that Israel does it, because it's like that shit doesn't fly anymore because you see it over and over again and what it's being used to justify. And it's like, okay, you can only tell someone that, you know, they're being anti-Semitic for for wanting a genocide to stop for so long before you say, okay, that you're just lying. Like, you're just completely bullshitting about
What?
the intention
Gaza
of the
are
people.
full of people that are Persians. The Bible said Gaza will fall. Non-believers, Persians are easily tricked. Like 300 and read the Bible. No, read the Bible. Look at history. People, this is just his views. Doesn't mean Hassan is right.
Surprised that person was able to plug in their keyboard. It's incredible.
That person is experiencing, I think, a schizophrenic episode right now. So I'm just gonna let him keep posting into the void. But yeah, it's time to reject maximalist language and balanced perspectives to be heard. So like these guys will very rarely ever apply this metric to the actual party that is doing maximalist violence, that is using maximalist language, right? Israel is the responsible colonial entity for all of the violence that has unfolded in the region, even violence that Israel itself has experienced, like October 7, because they set the standard for violence. They set the standard for violence, and then the inevitable reaction to the practices of apartheid that are inherently violent will, of course, invoke a violent response. This is how it works. Okay?
When people talk about, you know, cycles of violence, there is truth to the idea of a cycle of violence, but the proportionate power, and then specifically like the inception point of that violence. The violence started somewhere, and it was the foundation of Israel, or I guess, you know, Zionism as an ideology. It starts there. Everything that happens after that unfolds under the same logic, affirming the same ideology, and, you know, reactive violence is treated by people like this as the new, they're weighed in the same way, just like, you know, the New York Times will weigh them in the same way as they said this, the other guy said that. It's like there is no comparison here, and there's no way to adequately in a single article even like contextualize the discrepancy in the systematic nature of the violence. The repeated over and like, you know, the aid massacres, right? They're happening every day. It's like 50 people are getting gunned down while they're running into these, you know, cages that Israel has set up for them while starving. You see the bodies that are going into the hospitals. They have bullets in them, and you can see their hip bones. And it's like, this is happening every day, but people want to talk about, you know, things like this. They want to highlight, you know, rhetoric. They want to talk about, you know,
people's
terroristic
feelings,
rhetoric.
people's feelings.
It's about feelings and ideas and like
feelings of people in the West who like people who live in the comfortable bosom of the West, and how this hurts their feelings. It's like, I don't care about people's feelings at this point. Like I usually don't, when there's like a tremendous imbalance of power and asymmetry to the way that Israel has been able to slaughter so many Palestinians. It's completely ridiculous. To hyper focus on the feelings of people in the West is so insane to me.
And even when it comes to like genuine anti-Semites like Myron Gaines or something, or a Sneeko, where they do not like Jewish people, and they're using pro-Palestine, you know, rhetoric to facilitate that anti-Semitism. Even when it comes to that, people that focus in the entirety of their time, and it's fine to want to criticize the anti-Semitism there, but if all you're doing is looking at these examples of rhetorical anti-Semitism, you know, these things these people are saying, which are anti-Semitic, but you're talking about tweets, you're talking about words, versus systematic mass murder and genocide that is actually happening right now on the ground with real people. And at the same time, also the government is doing the same rhetoric or worse, the people in power, not random podcasters, then you're helping that second group.
I
right?
tried to describe this to the Nelk boys after they interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu in my conversation, where I was like, I wouldn't talk to Nick Fuentes. I wouldn't have Nick Fuentes on the podcast because Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, right? He is an overt anti-Semite. He has tremendous hatred for all different kinds of marginalized groups. But even Nick Fuentes is still a fucking neo-Nazi in America as like a podcaster. He's like a media personality. Benjamin Netanyahu is an actual war criminal that is responsible for this genocide, right? And he's not the only party that's responsible, but he's perhaps the most responsible. He's like spearheading this. And there's even legal repercussions that are unprecedented from the likes of the ICC to try to get him arrested for these war crimes. Like this is like he is probably one of the worst people on the planet at this moment, right? And therefore he's even worse than Nick Fuentes to talk to. And I don't think Nick Fuentes is a person that I like. I don't even think, I wouldn't give a platform to Nick Fuentes for his opinions to begin with. But he has the opinions, and he's also implementing the action beyond it. Right?
So you said you wouldn't have Netanyahu on.
I mean,
they wouldn't offer, of course, but
that would never happen regardless. But
right,
obviously,
but
it would be very different. A conversation between me and Netanyahu would take place in a very different setting than a conversation between
you
the
wouldn't ask
Nelk
him
boys.
about Burger
No.
King.
No,
That's
it wouldn't be like my conversation with Rashid Al Haddad, who is a now 20-year-old Yemeni TikTok influencer. It's not what it
You
would
see
be
that
like.
photo he posted the other day in front of the Galaxy leader with our photos printed out?
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's crazy.
But
yes, like power imbalance. A random kid subject to a genocide.
Yeah.
Since he was like 10 years old, probably.
Yeah.
Growing up in a genocide. That makes you a danger to the world, and you should be banned from Twitch, and you should be
even if he was and I try to explain this to people, like even if he was literally the leader of Ansar Allah, okay, even if he was like a member of the Houthi family, a leader in the Ansar Allah movement, like that is still nowhere near at the same level of like doing unimaginable war crimes as Benjamin Netanyahu, and yet one figure is seen as like just a responsible state leader. What do you mean? That's just a foreign leader versus the leader of a foreign nation that is conducting a military campaign to stop the genocide. Okay. In any case, I wanted to briefly get into this, but I guess Bad Empanada also has a take on the pro-Israel grifters and the slop tubers.
Ooh, this is the second channel?
I don't know, but Bad Empanada Live.
Oh.
So the reason why we're covering this for a lot of people who say like, oh, dude, like this is just drama. I totally understand why you think it is, but there is at this point like millions and millions of views that have come from these slop tube content creators in defense of Israel's genocide, even if they don't directly say that they're pro-Israel, even if they sometimes say they're anti-Israel, okay? Or even if they say what Israel's doing a genocide. If they spend we all have a finite amount of time on this planet, and certainly as content creators, we all have a limited amount of time to make an impact. If you're using all of that time to attack the pro-Palestinian side as aggressively as possible and never reserve even a fraction of that animosity towards the actual responsible party here, Israel, then you're not pro-Palestine. You're just not. You are a coward who is pro-Israel, but too ashamed to openly say you're pro-Israel. Sure hoping your time here is finite, law. I mean, we're all going to die, chatter.
Wait,
myself
It
included.
was your birthday a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I'm
Happy
34
birthday.
now. I'm
yeah, so, keep doing what you're doing.
Seen a bunch of drama YouTubers defend Israel just because they don't like one guy has made me lose a lot of faith in humanity. I think it's not necessarily just that a bunch of drama YouTubers defended Israel because they wanted to attack one guy and thought this was a great way to farm clicks and do drama. It's the fact that there are plenty of people in those audiences that didn't go, this seems weird. This feels like you're just attacking this guy because you hate this guy, you're using this genocide as like a point of drama. To,
Well, part
like,
of it is
farm
they don't
clicks.
have a lot of them, and I would
Like, it's
venture
the
to say
audiences that
they don't have the
exist that make me
context.
sad.
They don't have the context when they you say a clip of, it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic that Palestinians shouldn't be subject to genocide. When they take the first part and then they make a whole 20-minute video about how you love rape, even though all you were saying was Palestine should be free and not genocided, then of course people are gonna, you know, come to a less informed conclusion, especially when they are slop tuber audiences where they don't have the context. And I think like that's why a lot of times taking the opportunity to provide more context is the most helpful thing to do with those people. But at the end of the day, they, you know, I think drama as like a category, it doesn't really adequately cover what we're talking about here, because we're talking about creators talking about other creators, but there's a lot of undergirding political issues that drama doesn't suffice if you're just, because it gives a sort of a tone that you're just talking about another creator for the sake of talking about them.
Yeah.
When they are doing drama content in the sort of what's the word, format that they've always used, but they're also defending a genocide with it by only attacking anti-genocide advocates. So yeah, it's
I hope that their audiences at the very least, like as the attitude around this shifts, as more and more people come to that recognition. I hope that people in their audiences at the very least, like even if they still fucking hate me or hate you or whoever the fuck, right? They still at least like arrive at the correct position inevitably. That's why I'm more I guess I'm more open-minded about people who are like, oh, now it clicked for me, right? Like the average person online that has only now come to this conclusion. I have a lot less smoke for them than I do for politicians, for example. And my only expectation from those people that come to the conclusion, the correct interpretation of events, that Israel is doing a genocide, and it is perfectly valid, both legally and morally, to resist against the genocide of people, that they don't fucking do this wishy-washy, but, you know, I only came to this conclusion late because the left was too aggressive, or because I don't like Hassan, or because I don't like Noah, I don't like Bad Empanada and the way he was speaking about it. Like, don't try to come in after the fact and then still try to like attack people who have been on the right side on this issue from the start. I know people don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. And maybe I made you feel really bad. I'm welcoming at this point, as long as you don't fucking consistently keep trying to cope and act as though you would have been right all along if it wasn't for these like leftists who were being annoying to you or something.
Yeah, if all the people that have been like propagating this, these attacks against creators that are pro-Palestine or anti-genocide, if all of them decided right now or realize, okay, I was wrong about this, they don't need to address that they were wrong through like I don't even care if they address that they were wrong, and that they don't need to tell us that we were right, because none of that really matters. What matters is that the genocide is happening and they have a platform to say something and shape public perception, and they need to start using it. And like I think even on the left, a lot of people get caught up with this idea that like the history books will reflect poorly upon these people, which is absolutely true, but it gets to a point where people are more focused on the fact that people are wrong and kind of bad people, which is true, for supporting a genocide rather than, I guess, wanting it to end and wanting to do whatever we can to do that.
Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Mudahar. If Mudahar came out 10 toes down tomorrow and was like, fuck Israel, free Palestine, you know, he doesn't even need to say he was wrong in the past. Like, it would be nice if he did. It would be nice if he apologized to all the people that he fucking smeared just so he could fucking farm content off of it. I would literally be like, all right, good. You know, great. None of this like wishy-washy, it's a genocide, but all the people resisting against the genocide are also bad and scary because they're Muslim.
Dude,
like,
Ethan Klein, if you're clip this, Ethan Klein, if you're watching, spend one day on your Instagram stories, just one day, or like through every other Instagram story about Hassan, post a photo of a starving kid in Gaza. Post a video from Bisan, or post a video from a bombing that just happened, and show us what this state of Israel that you claim to think is a free and open place, what Israel is doing. You don't show that. On your stories, you don't show that. You just attack people because you have your own gripes. Whatever, you can do that. But at least one story, 2 stories a day, not pro-Israel propaganda. I saw Hila like a post from a pro-Israel propagandist. That's pretty crazy.
Hen Mazik?
Yeah, Hen Mazik about the starvation denial.
That's their favorite. That's their favorite content creator.
Post every day. Post a few of them, right? And see what happens from there. Like just do that.
Start peppering in some anti-Israel sentiment, please.
I'm not even saying this vindictively or for any reason other than you have a huge platform of people that could see this, and that I think it's framed a lot of times by that crowd as like gore porn, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, I don't want to see that.
Said too.
Yeah, they said like a thumbnail of mine.
Someone said he reposted Hen Mazik like 20 minutes ago. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so at a certain point,
so he's doing the opposite.
At a certain point, with some people, you have to say, appealing to humanity isn't going to work. It's not going to work. And
let's see.
We don't need to spend any time.
This is my first time looking at his fucking stories.
Oh wow, is this a
holy
live
shit!
react?
That's so many stories, bro.
Oh yeah,
that's so many
20
stories. What is this? Does this recognize this individual? I don't know what's going on here.
I think
does anyone recognize this individual from Montreal? My Jewish friend,
the burger guy that was a fighter, Harley Morrison. He went to a concert and people said some anti-Semitic stuff to him, or they called him something. And then
I don't know who these fucking.
It's like a random
are.
Guy that's like an anti-Semite or something, or like some kind of.
Oh,
bigot.
this is like a random. Oh yeah, what is the difference between a fat kid and a Jew? They both had time. What?
See, like that's an anti-Semite.
I dedicate this. Wait, what? I'm mentioned here. I dedicate this convo to Hassan Piker, iDubbbz, and Anissa, who insist that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. This is a very persistent hallucination.
No, that's an anti-Semitic post, Ethan. You know that's an anti-Semitic post. What's that got to do with him? What does that got to do with him? When people say you're hallucinating anti-Semitism, it's when you
call... This guy probably doesn't like me either, dumbass.
Oh, fuck no. One thing I was looking at is like, if you go back through your videos, the only person that's like criticizing Fuentes consistently for the last 6 years is you, and other streamers in this zone are like hanging out with him and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like this anti-Semitism accusation is not borne out by the facts, other than the facts you spin off of a, out of context clips.
Hamas on behalf of their international...
Oh, it's Hamas. He's doing the thing.
Hamas on behalf of international spokespersons like Hassan Piker, they sure aren't doing it for the people of Gaza who will only suffer worse from further provocation. Has Hassan ever suggested that Hamas surrender?
Yeah, so this guy is a fucking... Okay, yeah.
He reposted Hen Mazik.
Just surrender, bro. Israel will...
Dude, this guy literally
leave.
thinks
they won't
I'm
annex
Hamas.
Gaza.
Like, I think he genuinely thinks that, like, I have control over this situation. This is insane to, like, take a fucking ongoing genocide and actively turn it back to, like, your own personal distaste for your former podcast co-host because he made you feel bad when he was fucking gently trying to explain to you that you can't fucking call like Jewish Voice for Peace capos. Like if he had listened to me in October 2023, okay, and respected me and wasn't so fucking deeply Islamophobic and a massive piece of shit, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. He wouldn't be looking like a 40-year-old man who just cannot comprehend that this is beyond him and myself. Okay? It is fucking crazy. But it's also insane because there's so many fucking people that literally think that this person is actually still invested in like the emancipatory needs of Palestinians. This is just not the case. Like this is an incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered person.
I mean, it's just insane to say you're
like he just keeps saying
and only use talking points that propagate the genocide. Whatever he said about Hamas owning the hostages is the line from Israel. The official line. It's the official state-sanctioned U.S. weapons shipment sanctioned line to justify a genocide. Just return the hostages and we'll stop. No, you won't. Of course you won't. That's not true. That's never been true. And they don't want the hostages.
Hamas has literally set conditions of surrender 1,000,000 times. The last round of fucking ceasefire negotiations. This is just like objectively untrue.
It's just misinformation. Like,
okay.
Literally.
You are spreading misinformation at the behest of Israel while simultaneously claiming that you're an ally of Palestinians. Okay? I don't understand what this man disagrees with Benjamin Netanyahu or with Israel in general. If he's saying that, like, Hamas is doing Israel's propaganda for them since we're trying everything to stop the killing and we suggest that Hamas surrender. Are you fucking stupid? That's literally the number one thing that Israel defenders have been saying since October 9. Yes, Hamas has openly stated that they want to, on October 10th, 2023, they said they would release all hostages if Israel doesn't fucking invade the Gaza Strip. Since then, they have put forth more than 40 different proposals where they've talked about a hostage swap for both the prisoners of war that Hamas has currently, which are the remaining hostages, or prisoners of war, they're Israeli military, they're IDF people that they have in captivity still, in exchange for Hamas, or not Hamas, sorry, in exchange for Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 10,000 plus Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 2,000 more of them that Israel has actually kidnapped since October 7th, specifically so they can use them as a fucking bargaining chip. And Hamas has said a million times over that they would disband, that they would allow the Gaza Strip to be controlled by a technocratic committee. Over and over and over again, Benjamin Netanyahu and his team have said no to this proposal because they do not want the what is this? Hold on. One second. No, someone's just trying to sell shit.
You don't want a qualified home
Okay,
loan?
okay. It was just, let's just, no. It's
You
fine.
sure?
Yeah, all right, all right.
One in
any
$10
case,
million home loan, please. Just kidding.
In any case, people like Hassan Piker want the people of Gaza to pay with their own blood so we can continue profiteer off the tragedy is so fucking stupid. Okay.
Yeah, I came in with the intention today to try and avoid talking about people like this. But when we got
I
on
thought we were doing slop tubers.
Oh yeah. I mean, specifically, I guess, yeah, he's one of the slop tubers, and we can. I don't know. It's just like, I think before talking about it, just establishing the fact that, like, there's a focus, a hyperfixation from that community, but also from people that are pro-Palestine on what these people are saying and doing, and what they're not saying and doing. And when they spread propaganda, that should be focused on, but it needs to be placed in the bigger context of what's happening rather than just this guy is a fucking Zionist freak that's supporting a genocide. It's like, he is, but so is the U.S. government, and so is like a lot of the public, and that's the problem. He is not the problem. He's the, his actions are the result of this broader system. But when he says shit, like when he's doing propaganda, like, obviously we should talk about it.
But when someone says, like, I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians,
that's the big thing, right? Saying you're an ally.
That makes me so fucking mad because it's like, I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians. I spend every waking moment attacking other pro-Palestine content creators, demanding that they get deplatformed, sue them for fucking ridiculous shit, try to silence them over and over again, spend every waking moment having my sizable audience fucking attack them, no matter where they are, literally spam like fucking media hits that they do, and try to get them to be deplatformed or at least like have be blackballed. Basically, it's not even working, but it doesn't fucking matter. And then on top of that, I just say the exact same shit that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying when it comes to, it's actually Hamas. It's actually Hamas that's responsible for the starvation of Palestinians. Okay, well then what's the difference between you and Benjamin Netanyahu in this regard? You are saying the exact same shit that he's saying.
And it's not like the Hitler drank water argument, right? Where it's like these things you're doing are unrelated and the comparison isn't unrelated. The talking point and the propaganda you are saying is the exact same propaganda that's being used to justify the genocide. They're not unrelated. And when the propaganda you're using is used in service to attack pro-Palestine advocates, then you're doing exactly what the state of Israel is doing in committing a genocide. You're running cover for it. You're propagandizing for it. You're normalizing it for millions of people on the internet. And that's why we say you backed it, is because there's only two options, really. Right?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Maybe this is a change of attitude from the slop tubers.
Friend of the show, John Aziz. So John Aziz is this British guy who happened to have a Palestinian dad, though he has no Palestinian culture or vestiges, doesn't speak.
Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say about Ethan was like he kept promoting the Gaza Holocaust Front, the GHF, over and over again.
Yep.
Again, also fucking invoking my name for some weird goddamn reason. And then as recently as like last week, when everyone was talking about Israel's starvation, he was like, well, what about Sudan? Why is nobody talking about Sudan? He's literally doing Hasbara while simultaneously saying he thinks Israel's committing a genocide sometimes. He says that sometimes.
These guys are so stupid, actually. That's just a very that's a very, like, very dumb guy perspective to say not talking about something means that you don't care about the thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's just not a real thing. But I mean, again, it's like, it's all two audiences.
It's incredibly
I hate
stupid.
to be dismissive of the propaganda because it is, but it's like, okay,
it's incredibly stupid propaganda, but unfortunately it does work for some people, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn frustrating because people, I think, just want to feel that their favorite content creator is not like a bad person. And there is nothing more bad person coded than to defend Israel's ongoing genocide. Okay?
I got to get my maid outfit. We're redoing the podcast we did.
Arabic, he barely knew his dad at all. And he uses like this Palestinian ancestry to grift as like a pro-Israel Palestinian. Post October 7th, he like monetized his Twitter account and started like grifting as like, I'm a Palestinian, but I'm pro-Israel. And like, you know, this got him opportunities that he otherwise never would have gotten, like writing op-eds and stuff in the Atlantic and stuff like that. You know, the generic like capo sort of grift, the collaborator grift, where someone weaponizes trace amounts of ancestry. You know, it's like if there was a conflict between Turkey and Greece, and I started saying like, I have Greek ancestry. Here's why Turkey should genocide all the Greeks. You know, it's kind of like that. So if you want like more context on this guy that I'm not going to be able to give you here, because it's just a short clip covering something that happened with him recently, I have a debate with him on my main channel where I totally exposed him as being just a pro-Israel shill. And then I also cover him in this video, the token Palestinian industry, about 11 to 12 minutes in. So check those out. So John Aziz has recently been noticing that the tide is now turning against like Zionism and pro-Israel shills like himself. And I think he's realizing that he's not going to be able to keep up like this grift forever, right? You can't like trade off you being the token Palestinian for an Israeli genocide. At this point, like this is the offloading point where a lot of these grifters are going to like realize that this is not a sustainable long-term career path. And they're going to have to transition into like broader things or try to make themselves like viable in a broader sense. And one of the ways that they
for them, it's for the Yemeni guy, that's another guy who like hates me. Because all of these guys, like they're so clearly invested in like preaching to a Western audience that Luai Ahmed, that they like focus their energy on someone like myself. Why would they do that? If you are a guy who is of you know, Yemeni background or of Palestinian background, and Israel is like slaughtering your family members, like you should never even for a moment think about like pro-Palestinian college campus activists or pro-Palestinian content creators, right? The only reason why you would care about that is if your role here is a unique one where you are supposed to talk specifically, like directly to white liberals and white conservatives in America that care about that shit. You know what I mean?
It's like see this guy from Yemen loves Israel. So that you just got owned. So like, that's crazy.
So what I saw with like that Luai Ahmed guy, basically, because like they are they're now that this situation is undeniable by even more people, they're moving into like the right-wing content grift, and I think that's probably what these guys are going to do. He said, Bad Empanada's trying to message you. He said this, Turkish fiend, watch my actual token Palestinian industry video essay, not the second channel slop.
It does give good, it's a long video. It gives better context to like, because he's saying John Aziz is like
yeah, I mean, I know them and I have talked about them before as well, but I think it's good to do a refresher on those guys for sure. but we'll get into it after we watch this.
We'll be trying to do that is by disowning what they have previously said about the Gaza genocide and being like, oh, I didn't see this coming. What's happening here? What? It's a genocide? They're starving them? Oh, damn, I was fooled. Crap. And now they might try to like rebrand as like enlightened centrist grifters or like even maybe pro-Palestinian grifters in the future, because they want to keep the money flowing in from their Twitter monetization. They want to keep getting like op-ed opportunities in major media outlets
one
and
thing I
stuff
want
like
to talk
that.
about is like, it's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel is doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what you were focused on during this.
Yeah.
So you can try to move on. And you know, it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, you know, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen. But we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you've gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can fucking change the tide, the only way that you can salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically fucking snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for you.
It's like breaking the silence, right? It's like
Yeah.
the only, like we talk a lot about people. I mean, to a certain extent, you know, the world is like scattered with these IDF war criminals now that should all be tried and given the punishments that are legally enshrined. But with someone like Hila Klein, she served in the IDF. She could be talking about what happened, talking about the raid she went on in specific detail where they kidnapped a Palestinian man from his home in the occupied West Bank. She could talk about that and talk about how it's wrong. That's what she would do if she hasn't even said this, but if Ethan and her were actually pro-Palestine, they would try to use that position. But until that point, oh, you're just a terrorist. You're an actual terrorist. Like by her husband's own logic, she's a terrorist that has never repented and done anything, not even in a vindictive way, but in a like, you have sway over people's opinions. And if you come out and say, this is what happened, this is how it's happening still to this day, and this is how it, relates to the Gaza genocide, that would be a good thing. But that's the only way. That's the only way.
Yeah. The thing is, like, people will be like, oh, well, you knew Ethan had lived in Israel. Like, that's what people say to me sometimes, right? Like,
yeah.
Or even Ethan himself has actually, I think, brought this up to be like, oh, son knew I lived in Israel, or, knew that Hila served in the IDF or whatever. Yeah, I never have this automatic assumption that someone that's like now living in America is going to is going to be like super pro fucking Israel. That's not my assumption at all. I meet plenty of people like, sorry, I'm not fucking the anti-Semite that you want me to be.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He should have judged me for being from Israel and being Jewish. He should have been anti-Semitic. Like, that's crazy.
It's so strange, especially because like I always thought that he was like right at the edge of liberal Zionism and could have been someone who could be convinced.
Yeah.
Because of like his past statements about like what Israel was doing and stuff like that.
There was that moment like in the podcast, like right after October 7th, where he was like crying about seeing a footage of a dad holding his daughter that had been killed by Israel. Yeah. And that didn't stick, obviously. But there were signs that showed that potentially someone could be like rehabilitated or whatever.
Yeah, right. I thought that he like recognized the humanity of Palestinians in that moment. And maybe he did genuinely recognize the humanity of the Palestinians in that moment and just forgot about it. I don't know. But once again, people going, E had a whole N-word compilation. Come on now, guys. This is not about like being right all along.
Slop brain. That's
okay,
internet
you're
brain.
doing that
internet
thing.
brain.
We're not talking about that. I know. I knew that he had said fucking horrible shit in the past. I thought that because I have this idea that like people have the capacity to change and people can genuinely
It's like
become
how you talk to the Nelk boys, right?
become better versions
Like,
of themselves.
You are willing to have a conversation with
Yes.
someone. And I know that like platforming and like changing minds thing gets like abused a lot. But when you talk to the Nelk boys about their interview with Netanyahu, that was a genuinely very good thing. And you could tell that they were receptive, at least to some extent, of what you were saying about how they platformed a war criminal and let him do propaganda.
I do think that like aggressive negative backlash also helps though, because I think that was
True.
probably more helpful.
Oh, yeah.
In,
Certainly.
in getting the Nelk boys to like change trajectory.
Absolutely.
And have like the Boss Music podcast on.
Yeah.
So
with Ethan, it's different in some ways, but just your approach generally,
dude,
I think is.
I think prior to the Benjamin Netanyahu interview, the Nelk boys have done less pro-Israel propaganda than Ethan, with the exception of like literally going to Israel and doing pro-Israel propaganda before October 7th.
100%.
Like that's the difference. Like this man has spent every waking moment shitting on pro-Palestinian voices and constantly fucking repackaging like the same kind of propaganda that Benjamin Netanyahu ironically deployed on the Nelk Boys podcast. So that's the difference here. It's the same principle behind like Bernie Sanders. It's disappointing, and it definitely caused me to see him in a different light. That he like still holds on to this liberal Zionist position this far in, when as a and this is a conversation I had with Noah Cullowen before on the broadcast, where he is like an incredibly prominent, the most beloved Jewish political figure in America, and who has never shied away from demonstrating radical politics, right? And saying the truth. For him to at this stage still consistently, not Chuck Schumer, I said beloved chatter. What are you talking about? I'm saying like a popular politician who's run for the presidency and has openly said, has openly floated the idea of like denying weapons transfers to Israel in 2016. That was a radical proposition in 2016 for many Americans. And the fact that a Jewish man was saying that was huge for many Americans. Okay. And in this time and place, like Bernie should not be still promoting liberal Zionism and liberal Zionist talking points, saying Israel has a right,
genocide.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas started this on October 7th. These are ahistorical and also just incorrect interpretations of this conflict. And
he is unfortunately doing this like weird form of genocide denial, where he says it doesn't matter what we call it, it's bad. It's like, well, if it's genocide, you should call it that. But anyways.
But the point I was trying to make with Bernie is that like Bernie doesn't get in the way of other people who are past him on this issue. Okay, he doesn't shy away from endorsing candidates and politicians like Zohran or even Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan who are anti-Zionist. Right, he does not shy away from that at all. Whereas someone like Ethan Klein straight up will, similar to Brad Lander, exactly. Brad Lander is another good example of this as well. Brad Lander has done even more than that, right? But having said that, there are other people out there who are doing propaganda for Israel and have not shied away from consistently doing propaganda for Israel, even if it's at great harm to their social standing, which is something that they care about, right? And that's what's crazy to me. That is what's actually fucking insane in this situation, is like you are so ride or die that you're still willing to do this thing that even your own fan base at this point is going to recognize is ridiculous.
Yeah, all out of spite, all out of a personal vendetta, and obviously, Zionist propagandizing from living there and, being married to an IDF terrorist. It's like all these things coalesce into this thing where you're causing harm, but enough people are aware of what's happening that it's a losing fight. And that's why I'm curious to see what'll happen, because it's like this is one of the most egotistical people that I've ever seen, like as a public figure on the internet or whatever. So being able to admit that you were wrong about a genocide and admit that you were propagandizing for it, it's not going to happen. It's just not. And that's, I mean, to a certain extent, like you're saying, someone like Bernie, you know, you're not going to stand in his way. Just like you'll criticize him when it's necessary, but you're not going to stand in his way. Just like he has, because he hasn't stood in the way of a lot of like activists and what's happening in the same way that a lot of Democratic politicians are. But at a certain point with someone like you just cut your losses and say, okay, we'll just like kind of farm this guy to raise awareness for the genocide and educate people for the genocide. And that's like, I really appreciate that about like Bad Empanada, Overzealots, Chris Kundler, and all these people that are doing this like really good work to just use this person that clearly doesn't, like, if it happens, great, but it's probably not going to happen. And you have to identify which people, I guess, you can facilitate change through. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us. It's not about me and you. It's not about content creators. It's not about anything that we feel about anyone or anything a politician feels about what's happening. It's about the material action and what's happening right now and what we can do to stop it. And, you know, there's that quote from this poet, I forget her name, but it's like, whatever you can do, throw sand in the gears of genocide. Like however much sand you can throw, even if it's just a little bit in your nail, like whatever you can do means for you personally something different for everybody. But you know, I think my favorite form of it and the most effective, at least for like my channel and stuff, is just farming people like that don't want to change. And if they don't, then you identify that and you move on and you use that to try and do something. And I don't know. Yeah, it's like
I mean, it's like at this point, if you're still watching H3H3 and he spends an insane amount of time just like shitting on pro-Palestinian content creators and like regularly doing pro-Israel propaganda, you're not just like watching a regular fucking you know, goofs and gaffs show. It's
crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're consuming fuck Palestine, fuck pro-Palestinian people propaganda. That's what you're doing. You are also, without recognizing it, slowly but surely, most likely changing your own political perspective because he's drip feeding right-wing sentiment and pro-genocide positions, beaming it directly into your fucking mind.
Dude, he's radicalizing them. That's the big thing that they get you for, is saying that you radicalize people into like crazy left tanky stuff that's not the good kind of leftism, which is liberalism, which is fascism when it comes to Israel. And that's what, dude, posting like 50 Instagram stories a day, that's like already laying the groundwork for some crazy shit to happen. 50 concerted Instagram stories about specific people and, you know, characterize pro-Palestine activists as terrorists, but then combining that with like a 4-hour show where, dude, I was going to say that if you watch it, I've watched a little bit of it recently. No, I know you haven't. That's good. But the way the vibes are fucked. The vibes of that show are fucked. It's just a guy like kind of sitting there being like all worked up and angry about everyone and bringing up names of people to call them terrorists and like having to have his wife get him to stop calling people bitch because he's just calling the women he's suing bitch, and like all this stuff where it's like an angry guy surrounded by a bunch of yes men. And I don't know, like if you're still into that because they do goofs and gaffs in between, which they barely do, that's just like, oh yeah, you're at some point you're in it for the Zionism, or you're in it for the, I don't know, you're in it for the content and you're in it for the Hassan battle or whatever.
But the content that you're getting out of that is just like slowly, it's going to fuck your real world relationships as well.
It is.
Because like I sometimes like I'll see this on Twitter or on Reddit where someone will be like, I don't really understand. Are these people like Hassan snarkers? And they're like, they'll literally be talking about like a person who doesn't know who the fuck I am, who just has the same position that I have, because many more people are finally coming to this fucking conclusion. I didn't like break their brains into believing that Israel was committing a genocide. Israel made people recognize that it is absolutely invested in committing a genocide by killing children every day. Okay? So if you think you're like pro-Palestine because your favorite content creator says he is, and then you just like repeat the shit that he's saying, most people in the real world are going to look at you and be like, what the fuck? What? You're fucking, I think you're pro-Israel. That's going to start ruining your your real world relationships,
I've
your
seen
real
those
life
posts where it's
relationships.
my wife keeps calling me a snarker, and I don't get why she doesn't know, like shit like that, where it's like, what, you're using a term that basically just means, it functionally means the same thing as terrorist, which means bad guy. And everyone that doesn't like me or criticizes me and my favorite content creator is a snarker or a terrorist or a bad guy. And everyone that likes him is like, yeah, I like
get
them.
out of the get
But
out
it's like
of
my
this
wife left me
space.
because I like H3 and I watch it all the time, and I like, every time I see Hassan's face, I start foaming at the mouth and my like legs break from rage or whatever. It's like, this seems wild. I don't know. This seems like an unhealthy exchange.
That's not good, man. I don't know how else to describe it. That's just not good for you. That's not good for your mentality.
No.
Okay.
Then yeah, combine that with the fact that your brain is now full of pro-Israel talking points, and you come out of your little like echo chamber to talk to someone, like the thing comes up, and then you're doing propaganda, and they're like, yo, oh, we all know it's a genocide. You're just in this little space that calls it a genocide, but doesn't actually act in a manner that would show that they believe that, or acts in a manner that actively, disputes that claim or denies it. You're an insane person, and they should be shunned. They should not be allowed to be the local dog catcher, as you said, because that's insane. But one day, once they're out of it, it's kind of like having a relative that's an addict or whatever. You're like, yeah, this shit's not going good for you, and it's kind of, you're hurting everyone in your life, and it's really unfortunate. But I'd like
glad
it if
you're getting
stopped.
better.
Yeah. We should open a rehab center, Ethan Klein Zionism Rehab Center, something like that.
And how can they do that except by rebranding? Because, the tide is turning, the genocide is only getting more and more obvious and undeniable with time. So if they want to keep the cash flowing in, they want to keep their totally unmeritorious op-ed writing career going, they're going to have to find some other way to keep up with it. So John Aziz has recently been posting totally uncharacteristic things like, enough is enough. This is a government minister. It's not some random crazy person. Stop this right now. There is still a chance to make peace after an Israeli government minister said that Israel is racing ahead to wipe out Gaza and make it Jewish. Now, this is something that these people have been saying and doing as well this whole time. It's nothing new. But John Aziz has been defending it for the last 2 years. But now that he sees that, maybe I can't sell this anymore, maybe reasonably I should try to be jumping ship if I want to have any sort of future career as a grifter. Maybe this is my off-ramping phase.
You want
so
food?
now he's transitioning from,
you
there's no
food.
Genocide, they're doing nothing wrong. Actually, what they're doing is good to, what? Bad things are happening. This is the government's fault. And a couple of years down the line, when he gets called out for this, he's gonna point to these posts and say, "Hey, I was announcing this when it happened," and ignoring his previous 2 years of justifying it. And he's like, "Man, I've been bamboozled. I didn't know about this. I saw some individuals saying stuff like this, and I dismissed it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. The truth is that I should have taken a much harsher line against this poison all along. It's coming from the literal fucking government. It has been the whole time. Yeah. It's coming from Israeli society as a whole as well. They all want this." Any poll shows it. Let's look at recent polls showing that more than 80% of Israeli Jews want all Palestinians expelled from Gaza. My fault. Recent survey conducted by Pennsylvania State University by an Israeli professor at Pennsylvania State University, published in Haaretz on the 28th of May. 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. And this guy's like, I saw some individuals, just some individuals, literally 4 in 5 of them, more than 4 in 5, in fact, saying stuff like this. And I dismiss it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. They've all been saying this the whole time openly. It was the plan from the very beginning. They leaked plans. The Israeli government leaked plans outlining their expulsion plan, literally immediately after they started invading Gaza. Paper drafted in October 2023, which proposed expelling all of Gaza's residents to Egypt. 82% of Jewish Israelis support this. And this guy who has been insisting there's no genocide, they're not going to expel anyone, it's just to destroy Hamas and get the hostages back. Now he's like, what? It's actually to expel and kill everyone?
That's the face.
And take over Gaza for Israel?
Oh my God, no way.
What?
Crazy.
I had no idea.
2 years of genocide.
It's coming from the government? What? No way. There's going to be a lot of other people having this about face. Lonerbox has been doing this recently as well. Though he is worse than John Aziz still, make no mistake. Loner's prediction for Israel's aid plan came true immediately. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Look at that.
It's funny because he's crafted Because he's
audience.
crafted such a Zionist audience, those videos don't do well, I suspect, as opposed to like,
I bet the comments are a mess.
yeah, they're like, what are you saying? Israel's not number one? What are you saying? Israel number one. Fuck you. You hate Israel? Do you not love Israel?
I wish I could do an accent, but I would just come off very badly.
Yeah, I mean, I come off really badly too, but it doesn't matter.
That's pretty good. I thought it was pretty good Israeli accent. Yeah, the replies to all these
I live
guys.
two doors down from this anti-Semite on screen. Bad chinchilla. He wears Teddy Fresh tracksuits on the weekends.
Exposed.
He was mad at his own chat calling him anti-Semitic. I wonder why you have cultivated such a community that would consider any criticism towards Israel to be anti-Semitic. I wonder how that happened.
Dude,
oh
that
no!
Guy, this guy said, what did he call it? He called a one-state solution anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
right.
He also he had some choice words. I heard he said something along the lines of like, if all Jews are pro-Israel,
right,
then you're and they're all no. If all Jews are pro-genocide of Palestinians, you're anti-Semitic for being against the genocide of Palestinians. And I was like, yeah, okay. Who cares? What do you mean? Like, that's such a fucking stupid argument. What do you think? Like,
if that's anti-Semitism, the word doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
anymore. then being Jewish is being pro-genocide. That's what that means. And
which
it's
is
like, oh, that's anti-Semitic.
Which is incredibly anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It is such a fucking stupid argument that you could only put together if you just think like Jews are magical, mystical, mythical people or something. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
They're allowed to do that. Right?
Like, that's so
they
insane.
Get an excuse. I mean, that's the logic of Israel, though. Right? It's like this happened to us, so so anything we do is justified because anything we do is in defense of allowing it to happen again and just weaponizing it, right?
Contemplative thumbnail. Unacceptable. Oh my God, Israeli policy didn't work at giving aid to Palestinians in Gaza? No one could have ever seen that coming. It's almost like it's not intended to help them, but it's like, oh man, Israel really effed up. They took a big L here with this bad policy. They were genuinely trying to, like in good faith, trying to implement a policy to help people in Gaza, right? That's the sort of thing that he's going for. And he's like, oh man, I'm just critiquing them. This is the sort of
everyone has something to say about ContraPoints.
the guy who would like critique the amount of rations in the death camps rather than just denounce the Nazis for having death camps. That's who he is. These people are going to be trying to dial back and whitewash what they have been saying this entire time. Think about it.
Loner Box is my favorite Marxist. You should listen to him sometimes, brother.
That's awesome.
I bought my wife a Teddy Fresh hoodie yesterday. Long story short, we're getting a divorce, and I'm ashamed to say I was married to an anti-Semite for 10 years.
True, it's anti-Semitic to not.
Don't let them off the hook.
Teddy Fresh
as they
like
realize that what they're doing doesn't sell anymore.
He did say that. He did that with Vanilla Mace. And this is before I even met Vanilla Mace. Vanilla Mace literally was like, Teddy Fresh tried to send me like a PR pull, and and she was like, yeah, that's gross. I don't want that. And he literally straight up was like, she's an anti-Semite.
She doesn't want to support Israel Zionist-owned businesses.
If you don't wear my adult baby clothes, you are a fucking anti-Semite, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
He straight up said being anti-Teddy Fresh was akin to the Holocaust. No. Stop.
Y'all tripping. If you did say that, I need a link to the clip.
That's great. Yeah, Vanilla Hamas. Vanilla Hamas.
Oh shit. You got a funny chat, man. Sometimes when they're not yelling at you or trolling you.
Yeah. She wasn't even talking about like Zionism, by the way. She just said the clothes are ugly. That's it.
That's anti-Semitic, man.
Which is, of course, incredibly anti-Semitic. I can't believe you said...
being Jewish is liking shitty, weird clothes. That's what being Jewish is.
He's going to clip you.
Anti-Semitic,
He's going to clip you. He's going to clip you and be like, oh, that's... See, we
Teddy
got him.
Fresh,
He's being anti-Semitic. We got
him. Yes. Brother, I was quoting you. You made the sandwich.
Anyway.
They will try to distance themselves from it. Oh, he released another one too. Whistleblower testimony on Gaza aid plan reveals shocking details. This isn't shocking for anyone but you, Loner Box. You're not even shocked by this anyway. You know that you're trying to defend a genocide. You're consciously doing so. You know what's happening. You're just trying to defend it. Whoa, shocking details. Everyone knew this was happening from the very beginning. Everyone knows what they're doing in Gaza and why they're doing it. You're just trying to pretend otherwise because you're a fucking idiot. Well, yeah, you are an idiot. You're stupid, but You're not defending genocide because you're an idiot. You're defending genocide incompetently because you're a shit, terrible person paid by Israel to do so. These little rats are going to be scurrying out.
I think the saddest part for many of these people is I don't know about Loner Box, but like a lot of them are not even paid by Israel to do this.
Yeah.
They're literally doing this because
game.
they just backed the wrong horse. Like some of this does go back to Destiny because these guys are like his dick riders, right? His orbiters. They call themselves that. And basically after October 7, this fucking moron who is a horrible deadbeat dad and a sex pest decided, oh, Hassan is pro-Palestine. I'm pro-genocide. And he just came out of the gate swinging with that statement and then had to basically engage in the worst ad hoc rationalizations I have ever fucking seen. And he had the audacity to do this in real time, okay? Basically documenting every step he took, and all of his fucking dumbass orbiters that aren't even getting paid by the state of Israel.
That guy, Destiny fucked that guy's girlfriend, I think. Something like that.
I don't know.
There's some weird lore with them.
I don't know. I don't know like the deep details of the lore and their background. I don't care. I don't care to know. It's just like,
but it's just like they're doing it for free because they are part of the orbit.
Yeah,
like
but it's
and then they join in on
like,
the propaganda.
It's crazy. At least like you could have gotten some benefits out of this, man. You just are doing this for free.
I think they might have got a free trip, but like
free trip to Israel.
Yeah, thank you. Super good. Super
Great.
awesome. They got to hang out with Elon Levy. That's fuck yeah.
I got
best thing ever.
I got a fucking free trip to Israel, and what is it? Here's a link to the vanilla thing. Oh, I
You
think
know who
this
hit
is
me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. Hey, how about?
This is incredibly anti-Semitic. Please don't watch this.
How about that?
yeah, he's going, fuck no. Her chat's going, no way. Oh, hell no.
Sorry, I don't know. Do I need like media training now that I'm like have more people in here? How about?
That's funny.
How about? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. You out of your freaking mind?
Do they design the merch themselves?
Bro, it's so fucking over. 1.5 million likes on this, dude.
Really? Yeah, it's over. I've never seen that many likes on TikTok. I don't think.
Fuck the millennials who wear only pastel. Millennial who only wear color block pastel.
Wait, pull up
are gonna
Teddy
come for
Fresh.
me?
Let's look at some of it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. It literally is
God
that.
damn it! Please, even
yeah,
if
that's
Ethan
that.
wasn't a raging frigging lunatic, I still would never wear fucking flat ass ugly. Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
Here's another dipshit I need to deal with. Why can't y'all take a day off? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who was at the CPS's skull sent to his house in retaliation.
Snarker, stop it. Dude, he said I was trying to kill him the other day. He's awesome, man. He's so awesome.
Oh, stop. Oh, you're dogpiling on me. So brave.
So anti-Semitically.
Oh, yeah. You sent the skulls. You are Hamas.
She totally sent the skulls.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like he did so much content around like skulls being sent to his house and like CPS being called to his house or something. And I think it's like ridiculous, obviously, to do those things. It's fucked up, right? And I said that from the start. But he tried to literally bring that to every conversation where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes at a time in this troublesome time.
That's murder, bro.
In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even that he has it. It's like she helped because she said this thing. She's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know. It's like a guy that's backed into a corner, alone in a room. Crazy.
Oh man. Hold on. I'm texting my manager. Hi, Teddy Flop. Are you a Hamas?
Holy.
No, I didn't say anything about Judaism, CPS, or skulls.
Oh man. It was
TikTok hates that guy.
Yeah. It's not. Twitter obviously is already a shitty ass space to try to figure out whether someone is good or not. But he's got the only place he can fucking hide in is his Instagram stories at this point because no one can like respond to it.
Yeah, and he's like said that publicly, right? Like, I like posting these because no one can
Yeah,
anything
no
back.
one can just like quote retweet him, so he just like can say from his hug box whatever the fuck he wants. His own chat, which is like heavily moderated to eradicate all criticism, even from fans, and then I guess like that's it. He just has his little community that's increasingly getting smaller and smaller, and the fucking clothing business is falling apart. Other producers in the space are leaving. No one wants to collaborate with him, and he just can't understand why. And he just keeps fucking pushing over and over and over again.
When you get on NPR, it's because you paid, but he's not on NPR. He's paying like random Substack writers to write AI articles about how, it's anti-Semitic to not buy his clothes. What I was gonna say is this shit is like, this contributes to anti-Semitism very a lot.
So anyway.
It's cheapening. It's saying, anytime a Jewish person, something happens to them that they don't like, they just call it anti-Semitic. That doesn't mean anything now. So now I'm anti-Semitic. Like that process is, these types of things like facilitate that process, which doesn't absolve blame from people being anti-Semitic, but it's like, if you're weaponizing it every time something bad happens, then you're cheapening it. Like you're making it something that doesn't actually have real world effects.
Oh,
right?
isn't this is Dan Stalkman, the Diddy man himself, his
Diddy
company.
Dan, yeah.
Diddy Dan's company, Redact Dev. Oh god, that's another fucking freak. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's a weird.
So anyway, you would
annoying.
expect Hassan to make this Valiant.
Hassan's shocking and totally unexpected response to the Mikey clip.
Mikey.
It was Michael from Pennsylvania who's banned right now because he says some fuck shit. Then and then immediately was like, "Oh, I meant Zionism. I didn't mean Judaism." But
He
it doesn't.
said like Jewish Judaism is a constructed demonic identity, but then he said it was Zionism he meant to say, right?
Yeah, and then they of course snipped the second part. I mean, you got. That's you know.
You can't be saying that, white baby.
Yeah, you got, and it's funny because like I didn't know what he had said at the time. Okay, I just literally said I don't know what he said. I'm talking about fucking children being starved right now, and this is what you want to bring up because you want to farm a clip. Okay, and I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I ultimately don't care. I'm not Michael from Pennsylvania. Go take it up with him. Okay, that's what I said.
Yeah,
and I also said in the process, you're just looking to farm a clip
from you,
from me.
Yeah,
and they clipped it, and then he literally played that part on his stream. This is the video. I saw this.
Offering to his Jewish audience. And if there are any Jewish audience left in his crowd, which I'm sure there are maybe a few of the like the ones who are proud tokens to be spent by a person who fucking wants you to die.
You hear that, chat? All Jewish folks in the chat? He wants you to die. And they're still here.
Yeah.
Are you guys? You need mental health. They're
you guys
suicidal.
Must hate yourselves.
They're suicidal. Please get some mental health.
And not in the regular depressed kind of way, but in a special, different kind of way. You hate yourself. You want, you're all tokens. Oh.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way. Him saying that. Yeah, not anti-Semitic. Crazy, bro.
And who's about to defend a Nazi? Let's hear what he has to say. But I hope that if there are any Jewish people left in his audience.
Low to no.
Right,
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
Dude, I mean, God, Dan. Oh, this is the saddest. This makes me more sad than fucking Ethan's decline, honestly. Like, this man has a proud history of like being direct descendants of Bolsheviks. Okay, Bolsheviks. Like he is part of the reason why I did Leftovers. You know, and now he just is the most well-paid babysitter, I guess, and has slowly but surely, increasingly become a bigger and bigger dick rider. When initially his role was to just like keep Ethan in check, and now he's just low but no.
That one was planking around my brain as well.
Oh, well, you should have got.
Yeah, like
the
I
moment.
don't know,
That was
like
more
2
about-
episodes ago, Ethan made the claim that I said that I was trying to kill him. That I said that I said you should get a gun and go kill propagandists. It was something to that effect. I'd have to get the timestamp. It was crazy, like crazy thing. And Dan immediately was like, he didn't say that. Nope, that's not what he said. And he was like, I'm pretty sure he did say it. He was like, nope, that's not what he said. We can pull it up. And then he's like, no, I'm pretty sure he did say that. And then we watched it. It was like, oh, he didn't say that at all. What are you saying? But then Ethan's like, well, it was pretty much the same thing. And Dan's like, yeah. And then they move on. And it's like, oh, he's willing to challenge him, but it doesn't, like, it's the king on the throne. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point.
No, he's not even like challenging him. He's just ass covering so he doesn't get himself.
It's a legal threat. Like, he lost that lawsuit, right? Like, he knows what defamation. I mean, he doesn't know what defamation is apparently, but because he's still doing it. But like, he has people around him that are.
For him, it's literally, he actively defames me and Sam Cedar with regular frequency in like horrible ways, right? But the reason why he does that is because he knows that if we sue him for defamation, that's a long and drawn out, convoluted legal process that he can make content off of. So because he's just so fucking busted in the brain that even if he ends up losing that long and drawn out legal process, which he would, right? It's still, he's made this calculation, I think, in his mind that like, it doesn't matter, even if he loses hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, it's still worth it because in that year-long period, he can constantly make content off of it. Just like with the what was his name? Fucking Brian Kavanaugh, the billionaire guy.
Ryan Kavanaugh, yeah, the guy who sued him for defamation.
Yeah, like successfully and won.
He had to apologize. It was so funny. He had to read an apology.
But in the process of like creating, like, he always needs villains. He doesn't have any other content. He just like needs to have major villains that he's positioned against, that he like psychotically stalks. And for the most part, those villains have been like universally acknowledged bad people, whether it be like a billionaire guy or whether it be Keemstar, you know,
Myron
people like
Gaines
this, or
or
like
whatever.
Myron Gaines. Like, so it's never been like this before, where he can, where he has a hard time coming to terms with the reality that like all of these other liberal outlets are not like taking his propaganda seriously.
Right. No, it's like it's like debate lord stuff. Like when you foster a community of people that just are there to see you get mad at people and own people and have enemies and fight with people, your community is going to be full of fucked up weirdos that are going to be down to just be like, yeah, I mean, I'll support a genocide as long as the guy who I don't like is the one we're attacking for it. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense why that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like your aversion to like debates and that sort of stuff, even if you do like the drama slop occasionally, probably makes your community a little less, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Freakish like that.
And we also actively stamp it out. Like, this is one of the few instances where I'm allowing it to, I'm letting it rip because you're here.
No.
But under normal circumstances, I don't. Like, especially because it's a Saturday, you're here. I would normally never entertain any of this because I'm covering the fucking news. And most people in my community, other than the people that are in here currently, most people in my community have no fucking clue what, I don't know, Ethan Klein is up to. They're not interested in it because they're...
Yeah, I thought it was done for a little bit and I was glad. I was like, damn, this stuff, I hadn't heard about it for a while. And then, we came back in the news cycle when he said I was going to kill him or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Should we watch the content?
So go ahead,
again?
Hassan. Teach us how it's done. Paragon of anti-racism.
Let's go.
I don't know what the fuck Mike from PA said. I don't give a shit, okay? And I don't care about what your concern is. Let's be fucking real. You are not concerned. You are just trying to simply farm a clip.
Oh my god.
Which they did. They literally did do that.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Like they were successful.
Yeah, and Dan is like, they were successful. They farmed the clip off you.
Oh, they're gonna farm this clip. No, and then it just cuts right to him fucking
gotcha.
ending the clip.
He's so pathetic.
But also he saw
That sounded more like he doesn't give a shit about Mike
Yeah,
from
I
Sierra.
find it-
It is in line with what we have previously kind of asserted, that he's sort of not really in the inner circle despite wanting to be.
I don't think
This is a straight up bar for bar. Shame on you, Dan. You know that you are repeating something that the sex pestiny community has cultivated. You are literally saying that bar for bar, that, oh, like Mike from PA wants to be in Hassan's inner circle and he's not a part of it. It's like Mike from PA is his own man.
That guy
Okay.
makes like 20 grand a month on subs.
Yeah,
man.
he's an adult. He has his own successful fucking content creation. He has his own views. It's just so sad to just constantly be like, no, he just Mike wants to be Hassan's friend and Hassan doesn't give a shit about him. It's like, it's parasocial. It's silly. Just fucking stick to the issues. If you have an issue with what he said, then, talk about that. But you can't do that. It has to be fucking, everything has to be considered from the framework of drama.
Yeah. Invited to the
because like what as it was clipped.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
I think what you're saying
was anti-Semitic. The way it was clipped, talking about Judaism as a demonic ethnicity. Of course, that's obviously anti-Semitic, but it was clipped out of context. Apparently, you can't.
But if it doesn't matter, there's no defense of it.
There's no defense of what you say, and it's
like
anti-Semitic
when
to say
someone.
that. But being mad at that, not for what he said, but because you didn't respond to it immediately, and it's not like your response was adequate, even if you didn't watch it, is like, oh, you're content brain. Like that's not actually about anti-Semitism at that point.
Like you said, you have a childish brain and you do childish things.
Is that what he said?
Mike from PA is way more radical than you and pretty often disagrees with you on stream. Great. I have no issues with people who disagree with me who are on the left. I've said this over and over again. I don't have issues with people who disagree with me. I think that's healthy. That's a normal part of discourse. And that's also a normal part of coalition building. Okay? It's normal. There's a reason why you don't see me left bashing often, even if there are things that I disagree with. Like Bad Empanada is a great example. Like there's disagreements I have with his methods sometimes. Okay? But that's how it should be. That's how my fans should be as well. You shouldn't be going to other content creators, okay, who are on the left, who are advocating for progress, advocating for the same things that you want. But because they have like any sort of disagreement with me or with whatever your worldview is, you shouldn't be like going into their chats and like constantly fucking chirping at them. Okay? You shouldn't be doing that. That's fucked up. Okay?
I mean, it's indicative that maybe your values aren't actually aligned with the left, right? Or aligned with pro-Palestine activism, if that's all you do.
Yeah. Do you have issues with people who criticize your drip, which is, to be honest, extremely warranted, Onk? No, my drip is excellent. Actually, that's the one thing that I do not allow.
Permaban.
What? By the way, you called this out ahead of time.
Didn't realize
While discussing the Netanyahu interview, Ethan Drying draws a line, an equivalence between the Prime Minister of Israel and a Yemeni teen TikTok influencer.
No way.
No, they think he's worse than Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. Totally.
That's the thing. Like they literally think it's worse.
He was even
than
saying shit like, "Oh, your worst take is that he's Burger King."
The whole thing was Netanyahu saying we're so relatable. You know, we're just like Americans. And actually, it's not just about protecting Israel. It's about protecting you. It was fucking insane.
It was let's humanize the killing of Palestinians. It was genuinely just like, what are we? I can't believe they had fucking access to that, and I can't believe that it was carried out. I genuinely just like, it is so dangerous that such stupid people have access to such powerful stupid people.
Mm-hmm. And to add on to what you said, Tom, like I think Hassan said, there's no circumstances in which I would interview Netanyahu, and I think Netanyahu's like the one exception.
That's not true.
Where,
He said he would interview Netanyahu.
I from what I saw, he said no.
No, I said I wouldn't interview. I said I wouldn't interview Nick Fuentes. And I wouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. Benjamin Netanyahu, I would interview. I would just be incredibly fucking critical, obviously.
You platform Netanyahu.
No, he said he would.
Unbelievable.
Although I'm sure he said, "I'm equipped to interview Netanyahu." Meanwhile, again, he goes, "I heard you guys have this video." He goes, "You guys asked him about Burger King and McDonald's." Like, which is crazy. And then you crash cut to Hassan being like, "Yo, there's KFC in Yemen, bro."
This only works if you legitimately think that even a prominent figurehead within the Ansar Allah movement is equivalent to Benjamin Netanyahu. They are not. Let alone a fucking random Yemeni TikTok influencer. Okay? They're not. They're not equivalent. Yes, one is on the right side of this genocide, anti-genocide. The other one is the one responsible for doing the genocide. Okay? That's why you're mad. It's just fucking insane.
Yeah, it's like
But this is the problem. Like, these motherfuckers that watch this shit and watch the slop tubers without realizing are unironically they're unironically tapping into this fucking distorted worldview. That's the problem. That's what's so frustrating about this issue, is that there are so many people who just like don't even exercise a little bit of critical thinking on this issue and go, Yeah, no, actually, it's so much worse. It's so much fucking worse that Hassan interviewed a fucking Yemeni teenager or a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist over and over and over again. And being like, why are they terrorists? Oh, that's right. Because they're fucking implementing a naval blockade because
fighting the genocide.
Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? It's crazy.
Yeah, in a just world,
There's-
Rashid would be able to sue these people for everything
Yeah.
they have because the evidence they had for him being a Houthi is crazy. But even
Yeah.
if he was, right?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're so
against the
unbelievably
genocide. They're against the
They're
genocide.
so unbelievably committed to the delusion that this guy is a Houthi is what they keep repeating over and over
Yeah.
again. Even if he was, it doesn't matter. And I've said that from day one. Like I have told Ethan Klein 10 toes down within the framework of Israel doing a genocide and a regional actor trying to take action against Israel doing a genocide. The Houthis are right. They are correct. They're
They're the
correct to
only
do a
ones
naval
following-
blockade.
They're the only ones following international law, the obligations of states under the Genocide Convention to intervene against
Yeah.
genocide.
Norm
They're the only ones.
Finkelstein literally said the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, that they're heroes of morality. Okay? Like their domestic issues are utterly irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? We are talking about a fucking genocide. And I've proven that this does not matter. This calculation does not matter to you either. Because you don't make this calculation when you're talking about the Allied forces during World War II. You don't say, well, the Easy Company was comprised and defending America, which at the time was a segregationist, homophobic, anti-woman country, okay? And in many respects, maybe we haven't really evolved from those positions, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They were on the right side. They were fighting against the fucking Nazi scourge, okay? You don't make that assessment when you're thinking about World War II, when you're thinking about the Holocaust. You don't go, I don't know, was the Easy Company like, what was the Easy Company soldiers and their opinion on black people, their opinion on women, their opinion on gay people? It's fucking ridiculous.
What a fucking hack loser bitch that guy is. Fuck
Dude,
him.
do the hamburger. Like they're talking about the
I love that they
interview.
invited Hassan Piker on to nestle in so comfortably with Myron, Nick Fuentes.
Wait, what?
And Sneeko. He's
Wait.
with
Now he's saying I'm like nestling in with Myron, Sneeko, and Nick Fuentes, people who fucking despise me, by the way. And I despise them.
And you've talked about that at length.
And I have talked about
For
them
like, what?
more than he has. That's the craziest part.
Exactly.
Because I do care about anti-Semitism. He doesn't. He just wants to weaponize it against not even like critics of Israel necessarily, but it usually is critics of Israel, obviously. But it's more so just people who fucking make him feel bad.
It's Jews in your chat. Like that's he said. Jews in your chat are
Yeah.
tokens. He called them tokens.
That's like
So-
that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Myron, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko. He has the same valuable opinion as all of them on the topic of Israel. He's a valuable voice in the panel of great anti-Semitic fucking lunatics. So, by the way,
is no one gonna push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? Like, I know none of those motherfuckers in the room feel that way.
You saw how like even he on his own got to the point of talking about you, and that riled him up to the point where like he's yelling. And they didn't even say anything. So I'm assuming challenging him on that point on anything to do with you would result in, I'm pretty sure it has. He kind of freaks out. So it's like,
Yeah, he does.
The vibe of the show are so fucked because it's like, everyone's like, I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's going to freak out at me and it's going to be uncomfortable for the next hour.
Who's this? Are you gonna have Peyton on soon now that he's out of jail?
Peyton.
I don't know.
I think that the inability for people to distinguish between that group of people that are anti-Semites that have extensive evidence of being anti-Semitic versus you who is pro-Palestine and has an extensive evidence of being against anti-Semitism, and then framing you as just the same thing because they don't they're not willing to even look into it.
How is Goblin anti-Semitism? Ethan is a goblin because of his behavior, not his identity. Let's make it known. No, Ethan himself is like called himself goblin mode over and over again. But I think now that his community has changed so much in the last year or so that people are people think that people are being anti-Semitic when they call Ethan being a goblin. Like that was his own personal assessment that he would just be like, he calls it goblin mode when he behaves in these, I guess now it's all just, I guess it's all goblin mode now.
Yeah, it's like the whatever historical tropes are being invoked that have history to them are now just being used to defend Israel.
Like goblin is like
rats and
like
goblins
J.K. Rowling has
oh yeah
basically really pushed that fucking trope. Okay,
Gringotts goblins are crazy.
Yeah, they're what do you mean money goblins? They control the money
with the big noses.
Nuts.
That's so nuts.
Yeah, but no, I think like with Ethan, it's just like that's him calling himself goblin mode, which is usually an indication that like his former fans, when they call him a goblin, they're literally referencing that. And it's really interesting because like his new fans don't know that.
Right. And they're all Zionists, so they think it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I was invited to participate in that panel. You know what? I didn't want to have anything to do with it. How about that?
What? Okay. Anyway, all right, we're done with this shit. This is
jump scare.
Fleeing from responsibility for what they have done and said in the last 2 years to help enable this genocide. Do not let them do so. Remember who they are and do not give them a path to opening up a new grift.
True.
Hey, I don't know who the fellow on the left is, but has he condemned Hamas? I'm scared.
I condemn violations of international law.
Here's the defamation that no one's talking about. Okay, we're done. We're done with that. I'm curious to know what Adam Sandler's take in Gaza is. The only articles I can find is support in the end of 2023. I was watching Happy Gilmore 2 last night. Was thinking about it when watching it. I don't know what Adam Sandler's opinion is. I don't really care.
We need to figure that out right now.
Yeah,
before we can continue.
Yeah, watch the video on the token Palestinian industry from Bad Empanada. Wait,
are you allowed to go to the bathroom during the stream? You do that, right?
Doors open.
Yeah, bro, go ahead.
Just play
Rip a
the
piss.
content nuke and we
Rip
both
a
leave
piss,
leave
dude.
the
Rip
chair.
a piss. First left. Here, open it by. This is how you open it. All right. Did you watch the last Ben a Minute video? No, I haven't. Apparently, Bad Empanada is gonna sue you for copyright. Yeah, fucking, I'll destroy him. Look at this perfectly same person doing a great job making people pro-Israel. You should be raped. A furious Zionist yells at Jewish Voice for Peace activist rallying Gaza in New York. He goes on to shout rape threats, death wishes, and anti-Semitic slurs.
Drop dead, drop dead, drop dead. You fucking bitch. You should be raped. You deserve it. You're not a Jew, you're a You're lucky I don't have a gun because I take a machine gun and kill you all last.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, bro. That is, bro, you're like 68 years old, man. Go home. Why? What are you doing? What an insane thing to say to other Jews. God damn, dude.
Throughout his
divorce behavior, dude, it's just like, I'm telling you, this is just mental illness. You are mentally ill, okay? You have gotten to a point of defending Israel so much that you have lost your fucking mind.
You can put that on wherever you want.
I got a video of you threatening to shoot them and rape them.
Good. They deserve it.
Bro, here's someone who is pro-Israel screaming at. Let's see what the latest and greatest is in the pro-Israeli propaganda side. There's a Jewish Voice for Peace protest, a sit-in taking place in New York. Let's hear what this wonderful, kind old man has to say to them.
Deserve it. You're not a Jew, you're a You're lucky I don't have a gun because I take a machine gun and kill you all last. You can put that on wherever you want.
I got a video of you threatening to shoot them and rape them.
Good. They deserve it.
That's interesting, man. That's cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to fucking say. That's great, dude. That seems like a normal way to spend your afternoon. Oh, wait. Oops. Your mic was off.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. Speak.
Just saying, like, this is some shit they say in interviews in Israel. You know, you can't be doing that here. People will clip it. That's super normal of him. And he just called them, like, to defend Israel, to defend the Jewish state, use a slur for Jews and tell them, wait, and they're Jewish too. Tell the Jewish people they need
they're Jewish.
I'm gonna do a mass. Okay, I can't even say that because it'll get clipped. But like, yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, he said he wants anti-Zionist Jews to be raped and machine gunned, and that he would actually machine gun the anti-Zionist Jews himself if given the opportunity. Thank God for gun control, by the way. Oh my God,
dude.
Just, you know, normal stuff, I guess.
Yeah, it's like the
You want more pita too?
Sure, yeah.
There's
thanks.
extra pita here.
Sick.
I'm gonna give you.
That would be dope. Like this stuff, as it happens more, it makes people see that like the people defending Israel are psychotic. They are fucking like the lengths they will
But
go
you
and the
have
things
to
they will
be.
say.
You have to be.
And you have to be right. And the way you seeing it over and
Like
over
at
again.
this stage, you have to be so shameless and
Yeah.
so repulsive,
right,
to not even be able to read the room. Because there's plenty of people who still love Israel, want to defend Israel, but at least they have the capacity, because they're like in the real world around other people. They have the capacity to recognize that like the environment has shifted so dramatically that they just shut the fuck up. You know, they just shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up or stick to the party lines about Hamas in hospitals and you know, civilian casualty.
No, but
estimates from
even
the Gaza
that,
Health
I think
Ministry.
like as time passes, like, because that's the last hang up.
That's the last one. Right?
That's the last hang up for people, is like, but Hamas as a counter. And I think it's like a relatively successful counter still, for especially boomers. Because I think like as more time passes, like, I mean, you got people who are just like straight up saying they're pro Hamas, right? You got like in our generation and younger, people are just like, no, I'm pro Hamas. Who cares, right? Like that's what they're saying. I did not get a gay rap. I wanted him to have Mediterranean food that I love.
That's bomb.
But for boomers especially, like boomer libs, right? Boomer libs, like the but Hamas line still kind of works.
Yeah, we saw it in the New York Times, like right
that.
now.
That is, well, I mean, it's working less and less. That's my point. The whole like but Hamas, but October 7, but Hamas, but October 7 has worked to at least like to make people turn a blind eye to the atrocities, but it's a much smaller.
It works when nobody's paying attention, and when they're not live streaming the genocide. You can.
There's a longer video. What more did he say? What? He had more words.
Great, and I hope this guy puts it on.
Why I oughta?
What'd he say?
He said, why I oughta?
That's funny. That's funny. I mean, if he wasn't like a rapist mass murderer fantasizing about doing that to a bunch of anti-Zionist, anti-genocide Jews, it would be a funny comical character, I think. Why I oughta?
This just happened today.
I guess, yeah.
And when the New York Times is Hamas, and when everyone that says we should stop a genocide is Hamas, it's like, you can't keep that up. It doesn't work.
Bro, I had someone reach out to me and was like, why are you saying this? Because I made fun of Rabbi Shmuley. Rabbi Shmuley said, God is an anti-Semite.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, now after the UN is Hamas and after the New York Times is Hamas, now God is Hamas.
Yeah.
And someone didn't understand it. They were like, this is like shocking. This is a shocking thing you said. Like, why would you say this? And I was like, dude, I'm making fun of this.
Who does that leave? Like the devil, I guess?
No, the devil been Hamas, dude.
Yeah. God damn, man.
You fuck. You're not a Jew, you're a cunt. You're no Jew. Look at you, you're disgusting. You're vile, disgusting.
This guy, on the other hand, does not look disgusting at all. He looks cool.
Pieces of shit. All of you should drop dead. You're lucky I don't have a gun because I take a machine gun and kill you all last. Filth. You fuck.
Loki getting him with that middle finger.
Piece of shit. You're not a Jew, you fucking piece of shit. Drop dead all of you. You can put that on wherever you
I got a
want.
video of you threatening to shoot them and rape them.
Good. They deserve it. Anyone who supports this shit.
A settler interview. That's what this sounds like to me.
Yeah.
But where is this in New York? Crazy. We're getting real bold with it.
It's funny because this guy could perhaps be older than the state of Israel. Like, I mean, he probably isn't. He's probably like, he's actually 40. This is just what he looks like because he's a fucking fascist, but
Yeah, that shit ages you quickly, I feel like.
yeah. Notice how when he recorded, he didn't use slurs or say anything about rape or killing them? Yeah, but he was being recorded, so he got.
You're not a Jew, none of you are. Gaza, it's Hamas who's keeping the food with more.
Israel has unnecessarily re-engineered the distribution of aid, failing to achieve its goal of separating the civilian population from Hamas while further constricting its supply. And for these actions, it is attracted the justified condemnation of the international community. This is the part of the article they think is anti-Israel from Al-Khatib. He wrote an entire fucking article saying starving the Palestinians is actually for Hamas. It's not Israel that is like entirely responsible for this. It's Hamas that's responsible for
And
this.
people are mad now. This is messed up. Why is the international community mad at them?
It's the very same people that actually denied when Palestinians that are literally in fucking Gaza were saying we are being starved by Israel. They denied all of those calls for help until it became a major issue because Westerners said, oh my God, I'm seeing emaciated children.
Yeah, the Zionist propaganda apparatus really went after the photo of that starving kid, where the New York Times failed to disclose that the kid had cerebral palsy. So showing the starving disabled kid without saying that he was disabled, just being starved, was like Hamas propaganda, right?
That was insane.
That's like they're still running with that.
But to me, that reflects how echo chambered the pro-Israel side is, where they literally do not understand how they come across to normal people. Like the argument, this is the Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast. That's what it's called, I think, right?
Yes.
The host of Israel's Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast emphasized that their fellow Jewish Israelis enjoy seeing people in Gaza suffer and that it makes their daily lives more satisfying to know that Palestinians are hungry and homeless.
Is this podcast from Israel?
I
It's
think
an American podcast.
I think it's like the largest like English speaking podcast in Israel or something. That's how
Man,
they
they
build
got the
themselves.
fucking Nazi Nelk boys over there. That's crazy.
Or just the Nelk boys. Fine.
They should collab.
Yeah, Ben, maybe should go on this show.
It's because we're looking for international legitimacy. No one actually gives a shit. Zero people in Israel. If you go up to them and you're like, do you care if this baby in Gaza gets polio? They'll be like, I don't fucking just.
Yeah, if Oppenheimer would care.
Yeah, okay. There'll be like 20 people who care, and they're all wearing Meretz shirts. Like, fuck them.
They're wearing what?
But
Meretz.
seriously, nobody would give a shit. They'd be like, leave me alone, man. I'm trying to like buy
Eat
shit
ice cream.
for Shabbat. Like, fuck off. I don't care about this Gazan kid with polio.
Also, as long as they're in their Nakba state in their tents, and we're living still, like, if you put aside the news, day to day is okay. Yesterday we went to a concert.
Yeah.
In Erkon Park. We had lots of fun, me and my girlfriend. Shalom Chano. We danced. And it
Tel
was,
Aviv beach
it was
footage right
amazing.
now.
And
That zone
you
of
can't help
interest
but
shit.
think, like, it's nice to know that you're dancing in a concert while hundreds of thousands of Gazans are,
Homeless.
Like sitting in a tent and eating.
Makes it even better.
Yeah.
More enjoyable content.
I mean, put the fucking Nova Festival footage in context of what they're saying here, and you kind of understand where the animosity comes from. You know what I mean?
Do they think
Like-
this helps? Do they think this is good, or it's like they just like what are these guys? What are these guys doing?
He literally just said, we're going to our festivals and dancing while the Palestinians are being fucking starved to death. Okay? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Why the fuck do you think a person literally gets to a point where they are getting on a gyrocopter, okay, and parachuting into a fucking festival to shoot people? How do you think people get to that position? Okay? How do you think people get to that position? I can totally explain to you the steps of how people can, be born into a society that has actively dehumanized this outside group and then they join the military, and in their minds they're thinking like they're doing something right, and then fucking like it's the same as like America in some ways, okay, where you just join the military, you think you're doing the right thing, you think you're defending the country, but many Americans cannot comprehend how someone gets to a point where they just go, I'm getting on a fucking gyrocopter on Mario Kart paratrooping into fucking Nova Festival. No one does that for fun. No one is doing that because they're like, oh my God, I just really hate Jewish people so much. That's why I'm doing it. No, they do that because they have no other alternative. It's over. They have realized that Israel has run them out of options.
Yeah, if they protest at the border, 1,000 people, 6,000 people get sniped, right?
Yeah.
That's what that's how Israel responds to peaceful protest.
If only they put the
live video
footage
feed.
of Gaza. Like, but seriously, you guys like that. That's what people don't understand. Look, like I know that you guys might be appalled by this, some of the listeners, but seriously, this is how Israelis feel. And you might think that Eitan Weinstein and Naor, who like refuses to kind of back me up on it publicly.
I'm from the UN.
Yeah, he's the UN. But you might think I'm extreme. But I have conversations with lots of people, coworkers, friends. People enjoy knowing that they are suffering.
No, also it's very prominent on Twitter.
Bro,
He's saying the quiet part out loud.
When
like,
I
really
say
loudly.
it, motherfuckers get mad at me.
It's anti-Israeli discrimination.
I mean, there's polling on it, man.
82% Jewish Israelis support. What was the wording? It was like 51% support genocide, support the killing.
complete like killing every single Palestinian or something, I think.
Killing after conquering a city, killing every single Palestinian in the city. But like saying it out like this just means the video goes mega viral. People are like, oh, this is Nazi stuff right here. And then you realize that what he's saying about Israeli societal attitudes broadly is accurate. Like in terms of the reflection, they won't say it and come out and say it like this, but the attitudes about the indifference or support of a genocide is it's thorough. But I mean, I've talked about that in videos before, and it's been presented as like discrimination, but it's like this isn't some inherent quality to why people believe these things about Palestinians. It's the necessary mental construction you have to commit ethnic cleansing and to live in a place that is founded off of ethnic cleansing. How else are you supposed to view the people that in order for your state to survive, you must necessarily ethnically cleanse? You have to think stuff like this, at least to some extent. And then, I don't know, the media strategy of just coming out and saying this is like...
Yehuda said he was the one Jew in the video who didn't get arrested, sad face, talking about the fucking bald guy.
Yeah, the mass shooter, raper guy.
True. That was also true. Interesting. Oh, man. What? Why are you throwing up question marks? Oh, this was the original...
These delicious cookies.
What?
Oh, little boy, you cannot have a cookie.
What the fuck is
Not
this?
until you give us back our land. You want a cookie? You want...
I can't tell. Is this like a fucking anti-Semitic?
That's the thing. You can't tell. You can't tell.
It's Jay Mershon who sent it, I think. This is... This seems like an anti-Semitic meme, right?
But
like,
we've seen the Israelis do the water, things, or like the dressing up in, like, this is indistinguishable at a certain
I feel
point.
like this is anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I think this is anti-Semitic. I don't know. Oh, wait, what? No little Muhammad? Wait, oh, it might not be anti-Semitic. It might be... Oh, I mean, it is anti-Semitic, but it might be actually a pro-Israel person. No, wait, but like, dude, no Nazi is gonna find a specifically crafted Star of David yarmulke. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think
That's a commitment to the bit if he is a Nazi.
Wait, what the? No, he says like, these are delicious cookies. No, little Muhammad, you cannot have a cookie, not until you give us back our land. That him saying little Muhammad makes it. I can't tell if this is like a 4chan groiper who's just like, this is how Jews are, or if it's actually just like a person in Israel who's doing this.
I mean, because what he's doing here is indistinguishable from what the podcast Two Nice Jewish Boys were saying, right? In the name of the state, like it's This is wild. Like I have no idea.
I still think it's like
a Groiper guy.
I still think it's a Groiper guy because this is POV. You're a starving Palestinian child.
Yeah.
Yeah, he isn't wearing it right. It isn't a Jewish person. I think it's a 4chan Groiper who hates Muslims and Jews. Yeah. The fact that he said like little Muhammad made me feel like he might be actually just like Islamophobic enough, but Groipers also hate Muslims too.
Dude, it's a confusing time to be in the world.
No, that's not. It's not the correct way to wear a yarmulke. I think he was wearing it like that so he can show it.
So the star, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is a Israeli person who's like doing this sincerely, even though there are a million actually Israeli people that have done exactly this. In this circumstance, this is probably a Nazi.
Crazy, man.
What is this? To be fair, this motherfucker doesn't wear it correctly either. That's swag. You don't understand. He's like, it's like when you're a teenager and you're cool and
he needs to keep
tilt your
new era sticker on it.
Yeah, it's just you just hate him for his swag. I think. Yeah, it's good, right? Yeah, don't reveal this TikTok. What is this? Yeah. Oh yeah, the entire history of the Palestinian people in one book. A hysterically funny, not real post on Instagram by Israeli mega celebrity Natalie Dadon. With an extremely unexpected and original twist. The dehumanizing shit received 44,000 likes on Instagram. Israeli Judeo-Nazi model and influencer Natalie Dadon posted this on her Instagram with a caption, "If you're looking for me, I'm on the Israeli Harman, not Syrian. It's all ours except it."
Oh, I remember
yeah, this is after they fucking took more Syrian territory.
Gonna go shred the fucking pow, dude.
Yeah, sick. His account, Menschmager, his account on TikTok. Yeah, this guy... No, this guy's definitely a fucking 4chan Groiper, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, dude, look at how many fucking George Floyd memes he's posting.
Yeah.
Wait, why does he say loud and
proud IL?
Wait, what the fuck? I genuinely can't tell.
This is
Stop.
crazy.
What the fuck?
Schrodinger's Nazi Zionist.
Oh yeah, dude. Free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Do you even know where Palestine is, buddy?
Yeah, he's an Israel guy.
I think this is like
performance art.
Hey yo!
Performance art, schizophrenia.
Hey yo! What the fuck? This is listen, this is like, is this Yair Netanyahu's account? Did we find Yair Netanyahu? His actual account? Is that what this is?
This motherfucker just hates
Because
everybody.
he was posting, I don't know if you know this, Benjamin Netanyahu's son Yair Netanyahu was caught posting like Jewish merchant memes, like the puppeteer memes about George Soros, and people were like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro? What is going on here? This is literally Feiglin. This is the Feiglin archetype, bro.
Yeah.
He has a payot. He's Jewish. One does not have a payot if he's not Jewish. Yeah, I think he is. I think he actually isn't.
Let's watch more.
This isn't an elaborate 4chan.
Israel has killed 110 people in Gaza today, including more than 4.
It's not enough, but I'll take it.
Whoa. Yeah.
Israel has killed
Dude is called Menschmager, 100% Nazi. Dog.
Hava nagila, hava nagila, hava nagila ונשמחה. Hava nagila, hava nagila, hava nagila ונשמחה. Hava nerenana, hava nerenana, hava nerenana
This is
ונשמחה.
stoking anti-ginger sentiment for me personally.
Bro, I don't understand. Okay, listen. Rarely do I ever find something online where I'm like after a couple of videos, I can make a final assessment. Because right now we're trying to figure out if this is a anti-Semitic neo-Nazi who is, anti-Israel and trying to present Israeli Jews in like the most negative light, or if it's actually an anti-Semitic neo-Nazi who is Jewish
and
pro-Israel. Okay? And I cannot understand what the fuck, like what, check before October 7. I don't think he has anything before October 7.
Let me tell you something.
This is like, he just recently.
Something. I am proud to be.
Yeah, like
an
even when he says proud, it's like, it's fake. It's fake.
Playing up there, yeah.
It sounds fake. Brother, his name is Menschmager. No, I know. Jacob Goldschmidt? No, dude, his name is not actually probably Jacob Goldschmidt. That doesn't matter. You can just like fake lie about your name. In the George Floyd vid, it seems like he's not having a payot, so I think it's fake. Yeah, I think I'm still leaning on the side of him being like a groiper who is effort posting. Like, I mean, one thing we can say is that he is a neo-Nazi for sure.
Yeah.
Whether pro-Israel or anti-Israel, okay? And also, he is deeply mentally ill.
Yeah.
Groiper is trying to bait exactly this. I think so, too. Anyway, but this is, on the other hand, someone who we know is just like simply pro-Israel. Let's see what she had to say. Okay, listen, the new edition has arrived. I've been waiting for this book for so long. You have no idea. You can order this book for me. I'm just going to go through it. Check it out. It's really detailed by chapters, history, origins, flag, kings, currency, ancestral tomes. It's inside this book, the whole history of the Palestinian people, and you're going to find out that it's actually empty.
Like, wouldn't you like that?
Wow. That's so funny.
Israelis are so funny, man.
Dude, yeah. I am a comedian from Israel, and this is my comedy. Oh, this is my art. Bro, I don't know. The words the Havanagila were spot on unless we have a case akin to the transvestigator knowing more than a trans person. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That's what it is. That's why motherfuckers that'll start talking about like the Talmud or something. And you're like, dude, Jews don't know what the fuck's going on. Like most normal Jews have no idea. Like that's insane. Why did you do this to yourself? Like, why did you learn so much? I'm going to learn so much about Judaism. Like I am going to go to rabbinical school to hate Jews extra hard is an insane level of dedication. You are the most mentally ill person on the fucking planet, dude. Holy shit.
The LeBron James of fucking Nazis, man.
Yeah, it's like transvestigators and like transphobic people who like know the latest and greatest in like trans tech, like that know more about like trans culture and trans existence than trans people do because they're like, I'm just gonna hate on them extra hard.
Truly high level hating.
It's crazy. It's so crazy. Most normal don't know is a bit of a stretch. Just say non-religious Jews don't know. Yeah, most Jews are non-religious Jews in America. What are we talking about? Hello? Like overwhelmingly secular. Overwhelmingly. Okay? That's not even a thing. Half of the reason why, it's just like Christians too in America especially, but half the reason why Israel is so important to American Jews as a sense of community and a sense of identity, even though that's obviously changed throughout time, is because secular Jews don't give a fuck about the religious aspect of this. And it's like the sense of like the mythology and the sense of community surrounding Judaism in this country has been expertly and deliberately crafted into a nationalist religion for Israel. Like the expectation that you are the expectation that you're supposed to like keep kosher and even kosherize your kitchen or follow all of these different things that you're supposed to do with the lemon and the tent, right? That's not the expectation. But the expectation is like bare minimum, this place in the desert is actually a safe haven for Jews and you have to defend it. You have to protect it at all costs. And it's really important. It's really important that you care about it. And it's really important that you fight its battles online, wherever you can. Do Hasbara. It's called an etrog. It's a citron, not a lemon. Sorry, apologies. I forgot. It's etrog and the sukkah. Yeah. Okay, come on. I've nailed the kosherizing your kitchen part. Okay, call me some fucking slack. Okay. Hassan calling Sukkot the lemon tent holiday. Was that off base? I don't think it was off base. It's close. It was close enough. Okay.
Somebody said you should say la boo boo in an Israeli accent. That's what they're saying on the streets.
La boo boo. La boo boo.
Clip it. Clip it.
There you go. Anyway, my point is, what is this? Please remember to do it.
What kind of lawyer? A mental health lawyer. Wow. Tell me about that. What is like the worst thing you've ever seen in a patient? Are you guys a couple? Are you? Oh, this is your first date. You were a little slow to answer that, actually. Okay, so where did you guys first meet? At work? Yeah, I don't think that's allowed in most places. Where do you guys work? Oh,
that's good.
He is like that.
Yeah.
He does do it like that. You also have a giant stick you wave around during the holiday. Don't be anti-Semitic. I didn't even know about the giant stick.
Have we seen the Labubu blackface video yet?
Oh, I have. I watched it. I covered it. I don't want to cover it again. It's too. It's,
Yeah, I'm good.
It's
on
hurtful. It hurts my feelings to know that
that they're demonizing
the
Labubus.
Labubu lady has fallen. All right, let's watch this. The new aesthetics of fascism from it's been a minute. Okay.
Never again. That's what we Germans always tell ourselves. This should never happen again. And it surely won't, right? I mean, we now know how fascism looks like. World War II changed the game.
Wait, maybe it's not been a minute.
That's why it's time for
World War II
redesign.
changed the game.
A
I guess that's
friendlier
true.
and more quiet form of fascism that slowly creeps its way into society. Remember, fascism does not equal fascism. But the aestheticization of
It's a sick
politics
intro
remains
shot.
in a way that doesn't come with aggressive militarism, but in a disguise of technocratic bureaucracy, corporate control, and manufactured media staging. Welcome to the age of friendly fascism. Modern fascist aesthetic is therefore incredibly hard to spot, as there's no historical blueprint I can point at, while in the past fascism.
This guy's accent is too German for me. Like, low key, I'm kind of shocked that he's like this heavy-handed against Israel. It's just unexpected. You know what I mean? I normally, when I hear that accent, my expectation immediately is someone who is going to tell me with all sincerity that comparing what Israel's doing to the Nazis is so disrespectful to my my grandfather. Leave us Germans alone, bro. Bro, you know those motherfuckers. Okay? You know those motherfuckers. You live with them. They come in here every time I fucking make that comparison to tell me. I mean, this guy's not like that. This guy's not like that at all. Which is, he's Japanese German? Oh my God. Okay, let's see.
Ideologies.
He's clearly anti-Zionist. I'm just saying, I'm shocked.
Are more clearly unified and
Translate
one of
from
them
Hebrew
presenting
effect.
one ideology. Today there are countless splitter movements that may differ in various aspects but still have clear fascist characteristics in their ideology and therefore optics. The debate about whether
Didn't
this
put your
or
photo
that
in
can
there.
ultimately be attributed to fascism is,
With
in
Sneeko
my
in them.
opinion, at least not really relevant, as the debate about a definition only distracts from what is currently happening. I will now show you specific visual aspects, especially in Western contexts, which I believe show ideological connections to traditional fascism. The best thing I can do here is to let the aesthetics speak for themselves. The neo-futurist art movement has
Germany has beaten racism and anti-Semitism. The best Western society. Oh, that's good, bro. That is that's the funniest thing I've heard from Chad today. Respect. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, great. That was cool. Thank you.
no connection to fascism as it did back then. No glorification of violence, war, and macho culture. What overlaps though, however, is the idea of a utopia driven by technological progress, aesthetically represented in minimalism, dynamic curves, coldness, and futuristic sci-fi looks, speed, and momentum. So it's no wonder that many Silicon Valley companies in particular are adopting this aesthetic. I do see a philosophical connection between the early 1900s futurists and today's tech bros. The desire for a future in which technology will save the world.
And it's time to rebuild America.
There is a cult surrounding tech bros like Musk and Zuckerberg. Beyond just their wealth, the whole techno-optimist mindset helped foster a culture where these absolute losers could be idolized.
Okay, I love this guy.
Libertarians like Musk, Zuckerberg,
writing's
Bezos,
great.
and Thiel also clearly reflect the macho culture, as was the case in classic futurism.
How does it feel being on the
I think
other
having a
side
culture
reacting?
that
I don't
like
know.
celebrates the
Weird.
aggression a bit
Like
more,
looking in the damn
has its
mirror.
own merits that are really positive.
I don't know
It's
what to
one
add.
thing to say we want to
Just
be
keep
kind
cooking.
of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone, and I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad.
If you take a closer look at the glorification of war, the glorification is striking when you look at companies like Peter Thiel's Palantir. The ties between Silicon Valley and the military-industrial complex run very deep. A tech utopia led by strong men. The glorification of power, progress, masculinity, and military dominance now comes in a context of
What did he make that he made The Art of Hasanabi 3 years ago.
Whoa, Hasanabi head.
Yeah, no, he is. That's why he's.
Is he in the chat? Or like, have you seen him before or something?
I mean, clearly, I probably watched that.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's not. Sometimes there's people that will watch and then will turn into haters after years, especially if there's like one issue that they really care about. I've seen people that used to be fans that like turned into major haters after October 7th, for example. But this guy isn't one of them, clearly. But I don't know if he's been in the chat recently. Hassan, you're spoiling the video. Oh, no, he's in here. He's literally in here.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, he linked his video.
Oh, wait, but he's saying don't.
Yeah. You're spoiling the video. You're spoiling the video. And then. Okay.
Wait,
Hell
so
yeah.
don't watch it, or what does he mean? Oh, just
No.
let it
I was
play.
he's making a joke. I was talking about something that he covered as well, I think. That's why.
Oh, from 3 years
slick
ago.
minimalist corporate advertising or image campaigns rather than the avant-garde art movement of futurism. Imagine a tech-driven future in which corporations rule the world, climate change destroyed entire cities, fixed social hierarchy.
Ben, tell him there's a part 1. Okay, calm down, man. This is 40 minutes long and it's really good. Okay, calm down and go subscribe. Shut the fuck up and go subscribe. Put the subscription in the bag, chatter.
Exist, and Ryan Gosling slowly bleeding to death. I think we can all agree cyberpunk might look cool, but is a future nobody really wants. So how do I sell a future that will most likely happen, but with a less dystopian look? You've seen the line, right?
He told me he hates you now because you're a Germany slander. No, he's been a Hasanabi head for that long. He has heard me fucking shit on Germany in the same exact way. Because liberal Germans are fucking unbearable. Okay? And he is not a liberal, clearly. He's a fucking anti-Zionist. He's an anti-fascist. Not the anti-Deutsche kind, okay? The motherfucking anti-Deutsche anti-fascists are so funny. I mean, they're fucking freaks. But still funny regardless.
That's solarpunk. Solarpunk is meant to be the optimistic counterpart to cyberpunk, a utopian aesthetic where nature and technology coexist in harmony. It combines tradition, conservatism, and polished tech futurism at the same time. Solarpunk does indeed represent a certain counter-movement to neo-fascist concepts, but there are dangerous tendencies into which the aesthetic could drift off. In the context of the so-called eco-fascism, authoritarian forces can be misused to emphasize blood and soil nationalism, population control, and racialized conservation. The danger is that the aesthetic of harmony with nature can be repurposed for exclusionary or nationalistic goals, an aesthetic that is used by nations such as Saudi Arabia or Israel. A polished visual world that is intended to whitewash the blood of regimes. An attempt to erase bad PR after entire populations have been erased. Solarpunk is an excellent Trojan horse to maintain the illusion of a tech utopia and to sell the people a beautiful image that's worth aspiring to and fighting for. This aesthetic takes on fascist traits when the utopian imagery basically only depicts white people, relies on Eurocentric aesthetics, or presents colonialist imagery. That utopia becomes worth expanding for. Basically Helldivers.
And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Helldivers is so great, but it's also yet another instance where, like, no matter how hard you try as a content creator, as an artist, to literally be like, I'm making fun of you. This is me making fun of how stupid your worldview is. The people who are being made fun of go, nah, dude, you made me look sick.
This is awesome. Did the right wing guys like Helldivers? Like
the only time where they got mad at Helldivers was basically when they were like allowed the trans flag to exist in the game or something, and people were like, "What the fuck? Helldivers is woke." It's like, dude, yeah, of course it's woke. It's making fun of you. It's so stupid. I just hate how stupid right wingers.
Just very, very dumb.
I hate how stupid right wingers are because there's so much liberty that comes from being that dumb where you just have so much. One, you have more fun in general, and that pisses me off. Okay. And two, you get to interpret things in a way that suits your purpose every day of the fucking week. And it doesn't matter. You will never be told that you're wrong. You will never hear that. Or if you hear that, you can just, because you're a dumbass, you can just turn around and be like, should I reflect on this? No. This person is woke and gay. Boom. Over. Done.
I saw like a few days ago, a tweet went viral of a guy posting a picture of the general from Avatar. Like the comically evil general that just kills all the Na'vi and is trying to like aid the colonization for like a corporation. And it was super viral because he was like, if you thought this was the bad guy in the movie, you're a dumbass. And it's like, oh my God. Like you could not craft a more comically evil character in a movie.
Yeah. He wasn't even like complex.
No.
He wasn't even
like, I didn't like the movie for reasons like that it's like comically evil.
Okay,
like,
well, let's not go that far.
You're an Avatar guy.
Coming after the goat like that.
No, I'm a
exactly.
JC head, but I
exactly James Cameron, Jesus Christ, who knows?
I'm not a cultist, you know.
No, I'm kidding. I just like good movies, big movies. I'm a fan.
Yeah, like Godzilla versus King Kong and stuff like that.
I have not watched Godzilla versus King Kong.
It's pretty cool. It's like a big lizard and a big yeah, they're just hashing it out.
It's what was I gonna say about that? Fuck. Well, James Cameron is also kind of ass. Let's be real, because he did the he's personally working with the Trump administration. I think he did. Didn't JC do a fucking ad for Trump or something? Am I crazy?
That's wild. I didn't hear about that. Somebody wrote Spike Lee.
No, I think he did. Oh, it was Michael Bay that did an ad, but James Cameron did something as well. Michael Bay did the ad, which is unsurprising. Michael Bay did an ad for Secret Service, but James Cameron did something with Trump that was weird. Never mind.
Different guy.
Never mind. He's actually slamming Trump. What did James Cameron do?
Alien 2? Aliens?
No. What did he do that was like shocking?
Titanic.
Nothing. You're just a hater. No, I like James Cameron. I can't remember. I just remember in the back of my mind right now, it's not that big of a deal, but I remember seeing something that James Cameron did that pertained to Donald Trump that I thought was like kind of weird. Like it was kind of like weirdly aligning with Trump. He divorced Catherine Bigelow. No, it wasn't this. Terminator creator James Cameron joins board of AI company. No. I mean, that's lame, but that wasn't it.
That's funny though, and bad.
Yeah.
How do we get? Oh yeah, the Avatar tweet.
All right.
My baby's first sunlock.
Back to video.
That tech plays an almost religious role in Silicon Valley is not groundbreaking, especially when tech and consumer fetishism come together. Luckily,
Ben
the
is in
tech
here,
bro
you said?
cult isn't political at all.
The guy who made this?
That's what they're saying.
Your editing
at
is
least.
really good, Ben. If you're
The
listening.
MAGA movement clearly has aesthetic similarities to cult-like structures. A selected messianic leader who will return America to its former glory and bring the elites to justice.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
Of course, it's not just MAGA. Look at the AfD's Björn Höcke, for example. The aestheticization is just nowhere near as uniform and intimidating as it was in the 1920s.
That's pretty hard to
mobilizing that.
That's pretty hard to deny. You know.
Look at this guy. Just
yeah. Well, that guy actually. Speaking of denial.
Oh my God.
That's what's so crazy, dude. Germany fucking sucks so much dick that they like have all of these like anti-Nazi laws and shit, and they're so busy using it against like literally anti-Nazi, anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, anti-genocide protesters. Meanwhile, the AfD is just cooking, dude. The AfD is just basically saying we are Nazis within the confines of what the German legal system allows us to be.
I don't know a whole lot about the AfD, but
Alternative for Deutschland. Yeah.
Bad stuff.
They are going to ban the AfD. No other Western democracy did that. I mean, Macron kind of did that. Just wish these guys wouldn't like use this as an opportunity to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that and then like go after the left as well. But I don't think they're going to be able to ban them.
way simply wouldn't work nowadays anymore. Numerous neo-fascist movements either collapsed or never gained momentum because of that. But the mystical nonsense is still there. Similar to 1930s Nazi rhetoric of the Jewish well conspiracy, modern fascism is dependent on conspiracy theories and vice versa. They are mutually reinforcing systems. Conspiracism supplies the emotional fuel, while fascist movements channel that fuel into political action. The rise of digital ecosystems has accelerated this feedback loop, making conspiracy-driven neo-fascism a growing global threat to democratic stability. In the US, far-right movements strongly overlap with Christian fundamentalism, or in India, Hindu fundamentalism, in Afghanistan, Islamic fundamentalism, and in Israel, Jewish fundamentalism. Unlike
T-Chan spent 100 bits, so we have to read this, okay?
Ooh.
Bruh, you talking about Helldivers making fun of right-wing supporters is the dumbest take on anything I've ever seen. Ain't no way you think a game that keeps the same aesthetics from the first one 10 years later is a play on words to make fun of the people politically because God forbid you think people outside of your community not be smarter than a thumbtack. Go ahead and prove me right and ban me because you can't handle a little opposition and terrible one side and blind take. This guy thinks that right-wingers were invented in the last 10 years.
Yeah, he's right. And he owned you by saying you're going to ban him. Are you going to ban him?
No, of course not. I love people like this. These are my favorite types of people, bro.
Oh
They're
my
so
God.
stupid. It's so funny. Yeah, no, I hope he unfollowed too. He just gave money and dipped. Oh man.
Wow, coward. I like the
No,
echo
he
chamber
literally
thing.
thinks that the first I didn't even play the first Helldivers, but if it's exactly the same as the second one, I suspect, considering that they tailored this so closely to fucking Starship Troopers, they are making fun of right-wing fascism. They are making fun of ultranationalism. They are making fun of patriotism and how patriotism is a mechanism that fucking makes men into cattle to do violent things at the behest of mega corporations and corporate profits. Starship Troopers is pro right-wing Super Troopers is pro right-wing. Oh, you don't mean Starship Troopers, you mean Super Troopers. I don't think Super Troopers is pro right-wing. What the fuck? Isn't it? Super Troopers is like making fun of cops, no? Am I misremembering? Was that the movie?
Super Troopers is like the cops being silly guys, kind of.
Yeah, it's a satire about how stupid cops are. Starship Troopers the book is a pro-fascist book. This is true. Starship Troopers the movie, which is what everyone knows. They don't know the fucking book.
They remixed it to make it normal.
Yeah, the book is pro-fascist. The movie makes fun of the book.
Did that guy try and sue him? Probably, maybe. Or
I
is
don't
he
know.
dead?
He might be dead.
Yeah.
This guy, I love this guy. I wish you didn't fucking unfollow so we could. Brother, if you subscribe, you can still speak in the chat, and you don't have to wait another a full day. Because wait, is this yours, right?
Yeah.
I would love to hear your feedback on this.
Seems like it's just a guy who's a little confused.
T-Chan 891. Come back. We want to make fun of you. No, we're not. No, we would never make fun of him.
His
No.
rationale for saying it's not critical of fascism is that it has the same aesthetics as the last game that made fun of fascism.
Starship Troopers, the movie, is a masterpiece of cinema. Yeah, it's a great movie.
And I'm out of focus.
Literally just add him. Yeah, no, but he unfollowed me, so he can't even speak again
No.
until he waits an entire day. But he can overcome that if he subscribes for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Not $5, sorry, $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
In the 1920s, religion isn't just opportunistic, it's central. A nation and leader chosen by God, with the Bible as the highest law. Therefore, patriotism is your duty to show your gratitude towards your God. The fusion of fundamentalist religion with authoritarian nationalism.
Pastors socially distancing, mitigating, and walking with BLM. BLM, by the way, which is funded by Soros and founded by a lesbian Marxist who prays to Satan.
The esoteric occult mysticism of the Nazis is replaced with Christian aesthetics. It's also, of course, not an exclusive US-based phenomena. When looking at other nations, religious fundamentalism is often used to justify the power hierarchy.
Dude, Buddhists in Myanmar are the craziest thing to encounter because you're like, you've been under this mindset of the Western world, like, oh, Buddhism, it's like the most peaceful religion. Like it's like almost like a trope that like other people use. I only followed to see timer set by follower only. Okay, well, you're a follower and a subscriber now, bitch. Oh, you are a subscriber now, not a follower. But you're wrong, though. Just so you know, you understand. Helldivers makes fun of right-wing patriotism. It's always made fun of that, and you don't understand it, but it's okay.
I've never played it. It's just a lot of like what that clip was showing.
It's it's literally Starship Troopers, the game. It's the most faithful adaptation of Starship Troopers. The movie of Starship Troopers turned into a video game. Like you're spreading democracy. Like they openly say you're spreading democracy when you invade other planets. But yeah, people talk about like Buddhists being like a peaceful religion, and then in Myanmar you got like the same. Like you got Buddhist motherfuckers being like Muslims need to be ethnically wiped out.
Linking one's own nationality with supposedly sacred values produces a threatened image of identity that must be regained. It not only produces a longing for the past, but also a fear of losing this collective identity, culture, and supposed values. Drifting off into Fantasyland serves one clear purpose: to manufacture the illusion of a deep ancient foundation for their ideology.
This is a really good video. Yeah. Even the score is good. God damn,
Nostalgia
dude.
for the past is still a
Really
major
well put
theme.
together.
Instead of addressing concrete changes in living conditions, people are promised a return to some traditional good old days like the 1950s or Reagan's 1980s in the US, Russia with the Soviet Union, or Germany with trying to bring back traditions in order to revive a lost culture, a lost nation. How this is exactly supposed to improve the lives of the people? Don't ask, bro. It just feels right, bro. And it's not just the culture that's lost, it's masculinity.
So the irony, of course, is that in Nazi Germany, they also did that. But because German mythology and German history did not have like the same deep well that like Mussolini could tap into with Roman society, Roman history, Nazi Germany basically had to invent this new mythos because if you go back far enough, the Germans are just living in fucking mud huts, right? So and I mean, I think it's cool that they literally were able to push back for an extended period of time, far beyond what people thought was possible, the Roman invasion. But ultimately, they had to just like make up fake like Viking shit and take on a lot of the Roman mythology anyway. The whole salute is literally a Roman salute initially. The Heil Hitler salute that you know is like the Nazi salute. Nordic runes, and this like greater Aryan mythology. They stole the swastika. They just ruined a whole bunch of different like long-standing cultural artifacts by just associating it with horrifying violence.
Ugopnik has done a few videos on that, I think. You've seen those.
Yeah.
Really good.
The Roman salute was made up by Mussolini. Wait, I thought the Roman salute originally was... Wait, what did the Romans do? Don't they do like this or something? Like the Romans did some type of salute. I don't know what it was. Like the Roman salute wasn't real? No. Not like the hand... Not the hand... I'm not going to do it, obviously. Not the Elon Musk
They want
salute.
you to do it, man.
Yeah. They did this. This is how the Romans saluted. Phase up.
It's kind of hard.
Dude, this is
from Phase, like Jakura.
You know what Jakura is?
My roommate's really into it.
What the fuck? Dude,
Did I just open up a box? Yeah. I'm slightly
what?
tapped in thanks to my roommate.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Your
That's
roommate's
how I learned about
parasocial.
Lavu-
Your
Well, I
roommate's
don't think
parasocial.
He is a little. Well, I make fun of him for that, but I feel like he watches a lot of the worst content out there, and I don't think that's
No,
necessarily
yeah.
bad. But
no,
it's
no,
like
no. Jason's the man. That's nephew.
He just watches all of what's happening on the internet, and like this is the latest thing that he's tapped into. But it's
okay.
What's the latest on that? Are they like? What are they? Are you acting like you're not into it now?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't follow that stuff.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't follow that stuff at
don't
all. I'm
watch
just
that
healed.
crap.
I'm just healing myself.
Yeah.
Is that
You're
what he says? Does
focused
your
on
roommate say
yourself.
that?
Yeah.
He's like,
No,
oh, it's healing me.
He'll just have it on, and he'll be like, we'll be out, and he'll be like, it's almost 8 o'clock. We got to get ready. They're going to the temple today or something.
That's crazy. A
It's very
whole
funny.
ass adult. How old is he?
He's 27. His birthday's next week.
Like a whole. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
awesome.
a bit much. That's more. I follow.
No,
this
it's
stuff.
it's like an ironic thing. Though,
Oh, okay.
For sure.
I follow this stuff through TikTok.
Yeah. Oh,
and also, what am I saying? I know Jason.
Right. That's
I
your
forgot,
boy, right? Yeah.
I forgot that I also personally know one of the parties of. I mean, I know soccer now as well, but not as well. But you know.
Yeah, it's like a weird new thing I've never seen. I guess sort of like relationships happening on Twitch or like fun bait with stuff like that is a thing that's happened on Twitch for a while. I just don't watch that much Twitch, to be honest.
Yeah.
But shout out Jakura, man.
Shout out to Jakura. Bro was parasocial with his IRL friend. Okay, chill.
Too. And weirdly, it's exactly the same narrative as in the 1920s. And for all its rebranding, far-right aesthetics constantly recycle the same old Greek, Roman, Nordic masculinity tropes, propagating the same message Mishima would be proud of. Having a strong body is moral, and men with weaker bodies.
Is Ben Japanese German? Like for real?
That's what he's saying.
Are immoral.
Oh wait, are we getting to the MAGA body here?
Okay, we are now slowly getting into online culture war. This is the Goofy Zone. Everything I'm showing you now is very stupid, cringe, and laughable. You could basically repeat everything I said in my previous video about fascist masculinity, hypermasculinity, aggression, dominance, strength, back to tradition, militarization of the male body.
What can be mentioned, however, is the hustle culture. While in the past gym-bro aesthetics were already big in the 1920s, linking physical pride and strength with money or cars is a more recent twist. A serious consumption of hustle culture.
I think it's capitalism. Capitalism is such a domineering force that, like, I think in the 1920s, when, I mean, obviously capitalism still very much existed, there was more of a counterbalance of socialism, communism, trade unionism, and therefore that left populism was so popular overall that the early fascist movements, while still being very much pro-capitalist and after its inception, either directly came, in the case of Mussolini, from socialist movements, or like in Nazi Germany, called themselves socialist. So I think the real reason why today's fascist, like modern fascist movements, actually signify capitalism as a formative part of its like marketing is because there is no self-identifying left movement out there. Like there is no real viable socialist alternative. And therefore people don't even recognize that they might exhibit socialist tendencies or socialist values. So I think a lot of these people don't even try to present themselves as that. And that's why they go fully invested into the right-wing pro-capitalist aesthetic.
Content could potentially lead to even more content tailored towards young men. Fitness, routines, self-help content, then to apolitical podcast bros, dating advices, and lastly, why the man crisis really exists.
A deep dive into this pipeline can be seen here.
Yeah.
In line with
400,000
today's
likes,
irony
that's awesome.
poison social media zeitgeist.
I love that though. Be a man, and it's just like wolves and lions.
Kitties wrestling, killing each other.
That
is what men love to do.
Yeah, be a man. Be like this wolf and a lion.
Punch a guy and
The
almost kill him.
manosphere aesthetic doesn't even live up to its own ideals. Neither did many men in the 1920s and 30s, of course. But hypocrisy has reached new heights these days.
We literally ended up in this position because everyone's a fucking That's how we ended up here.
I made a whole video about this as well, if you're interested.
The Wet Brothers.
I think it was funny. The funniest part about like new manosphere culture shit is that they're so gay. They're like literally they're it's about like hot naked men, you know. There's like, yeah, be a hot guy, be naked, be wet, wrestle with one another. They're dorks and they're pretty gay.
Yeah, it's like,
wear skin tight.
wear skin tight clothing, showcase your bod. Yeah, you love my bod, don't you?
It's like
you fucking love it.
Like, I mean, patriarchy in some ways is like it's like a bunch of guys getting together and deciding what to do about the world, or what to do about like women, or like how to date women by talking to other boys about what they like.
Yeah.
And it's just a bunch of guys like
who have never
in
had
their
like a
own-
real human connection with another woman because they physically are incapable of treating women like human beings.
Yeah. A lot of dating content. I feel like black pill edits. I'm getting a lot of those on my timeline these days. And
Oh,
it's
I
like
was just covering that before you got here.
yeah. It's so a lot of them are really funny because they'll take the like mogging sort of structure, and instead of like, you know, it'll show like a guy who's like short and fat and weird, and then like a guy who's like a model. It'll show like a chicken.
Jordan Barrett.
Jordan Barrett, is that like a black pill guy?
No, he's just like the alien looking model that they always point to.
Oh yeah, he's fully ascended, they say.
Yeah,
That's what ascended is. Terrifying. He's like the Bogdanov twins. You know that?
At the end of the day, you're sitting around watching a dude who's being paid to be hot, who doesn't know you exist, okay? And you're just going, this guy is my god. What the fuck? He's a Bogdanov? No, he doesn't look like a Bogdanov twin.
The
But
guy I saw, maybe there's videos of him that are edited or something, but like,
oh, they always put the Chad jaw filter on too.
yeah. But like the idea of what is attractive to women is being mediated and debated
guy,
by
right?
a bunch of men. Yeah.
This
So
is the
like
guy.
he's like he's apparently the number one guy for the black pill guys, or he
Yeah.
was. Maybe he fell off, is what they're saying, like because he got too much surgery or something. But it's like, I mean, I'm not shitting on this guy, but the way people like,
this guy's
do
fine.
stuff
He's
to
just
their,
like
to themselves.
He's just like a model.
Yeah.
He's I think he's gay himself.
Uh-huh.
Like in the real world, he's not not the image that they've created around him. I'm talking about like the real person. Jordan Barrett is just like a guy. He's just a model. He's a famous model.
But he's kind of like his antithesis is, you know, Jeremy Meeks. You ever seen that guy? He's like the really handsome guy who was in a mug shot.
Oh yeah.
With the blue eyes, you know.
Yeah.
He's like the antithesis. He's the guy who
This guy, yeah.
serves as like the incel sort of what's the word, like rage point, because he's really hot and he got famous even though he was a convicted felon or something, or he had like gun charges or something. And it's like women like men, even if they're criminals, if they're hot and have the correct jawline, and that's the most important thing women want, and it's all they care about.
Yeah.
So even criminals are getting pussy, but I'm not, because women don't like how I look and they're shallow for that. And it's like, I think Jordan Barrett, like when it comes to looks maxing, is like the aesthetic ideal of what they're trying to get to.
Yeah, but
and then they
like
hammer their jaw or whatever.
But yeah, oh my god, that
Bone
is
smashing.
Bone
Yeah.
smashing is like the craziest thing that these motherfuckers do.
They're doing buccal fat though now, like actual surgeries. A lot of the I think the TikTok guys are doing that.
Yeah, what the it's just eating disorder Twitter, but for like young teenage boys.
Oh, for sure.
Which is crazy. Like I don't think they recognize it as that, because like that's also female coded. So they think like being a woman is the worst thing you can be in many respects for a lot of these guys. But it is just like male anorexia Twitter. That's what it is.
There's overlap with that and like Jeff Nippard low key when it comes to like online fitness community. Not Jeff Nippard specifically,
Oh my
but like
God, I was about to
online
say,
fitness.
yo,
No.
chill.
Jeff Nippard is dope. I'm not coming for Jeff Nippard. When I think of the online fitness community, that's love to Jeff Nippard because that's who I think of. But the online fitness community is a very broad space. Please don't cancel me. I fuck with your videos. But like specifically, stuff about cutting and like getting lean or like building the ideal body.
But you know what's really interesting? Actually, I know a lot of the fitness guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've met a lot of them. I know a lot of the fitness guys. They all have like weird, quirky takes on one thing or another. I wouldn't say that about Jeff. Obviously, Jeff doesn't. He is perfect politics. He's great.
Big Joel told me the other day that Jeff Nippard just joined his Patreon.
Yeah, no, Jeff
Randomly.
is Jeff is amazing, and he's the best Hasanabi head out there. Straight up, sorry, no disrespect to all the other Hasanabi heads out there, but I will I will say that like a lot of those dudes, and even myself included, and you used to weightlift pretty hard, right? I mean, you're a brolic dude.
Oh, come on. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
still
but like
lift.
it just comes
It's
with
been
the
a while.
territory of working out where you do develop body dysmorphia.
Yeah,
right.
totally.
You do. It's a part of the process. But a lot of those dudes don't do this kind of shit either. Like this is something beyond that. Like the BP edits, I think, are beyond like
well beyond
the
yeah,
traditional fitness.
It's like
side.
a spectrum though. Like it like I don't think it's necessarily a pipeline. Maybe you could describe it that way, but it's like because I have been watching fitness content, I'm starting to get recommended.
Oh yeah,
that's how I end
Yeah.
up with black belt TikToks.
Yeah,
right?
they definitely try to like. That's definitely a part of it for sure.
Yeah.
Now more prevalent than ever that behind all theatrics
That's
and
so
flexing hides deep insecurity that has to be overplayed. I mean, if you have to use filters and music to reinforce your toughness, don't be surprised when...
Or if you have to constantly say you're a fucking alpha male or a sigma male or how fucking macho you are. It's like, no, you're not. It's so fake. I've never been able to understand why other people don't recognize that when they see it. When I see someone who's like big tough guy, okay? When I see someone like overcompensating and constantly fucking talking about how big of a tough guy he is, and a big part of like presenting how you're a big tough guy is by basically shitting on people who are vulnerable. Like you have to fucking you have to present people who are weaker than you as bad people and like constantly fucking bully them. Otherwise, how else are people going to know you're a big tough guy? Even the BP edits do that juxtaposition where they show like someone who doesn't subscribe to the traditional beauty standards, right? Or sometimes they even go like super dark with it. Like they'll show someone with like a significant disability.
Yeah.
And
or
then
they'll
be
show
like,
like
you
a
just got
skinny
mobbed.
like Somalian guy, and then it cuts to like an Aryan fucking like whatever.
Yeah,
And
well,
the
that-
comments are like, the racist stuff or the like ableist stuff for sure.
Yeah, and that was literally lookism and like black pill and red pill initially as well. That's precisely what it was. But even these guys, like the manosphere guys, like when I see them talk about how macho they are or how masculine they are,
I feel like they
how big
talk
of a
about
tough
it,
guy they are.
But most normally socialized people hear that and say, "Oh, that guy's a loser," or "That guy's
Yeah.
a weirdo." But because it's these, little spaces online, I don't know. FD Signifier has a bunch of really good videos about this topic. You've probably watched them on stream. But when it comes to like people that watch and say these guys are cool, they're usually like teens and like pretty young people that eventually they say something to a family member and the family like smacks them across the back of the head, and then they're like, okay, maybe I should stop watching this shit. And then they grow up and then they don't.
Yeah, but that's the problem with like no third spaces and no sense of community and people becoming more and more isolated as a consequence of like spending more time online and not necessarily any time in the real world around other people doing hobbies or playing organized sports and shit like that. You don't have a motherfucker smacking you outside of the head.
Exactly.
You have people like myself who are also online. So your only experience with people like myself is just basically from the other side of the camera. And I don't have the capacity to fucking tell you this is stupid, this is weak, this is silly, because you are already invested in the other side of this coin. I try my best, but it's never going to have the same impact as like being able to communicate with you as a male role model in your life.
Yeah.
So, there's a limit to how much I can. There's a limit to how much I can how much impact I can have in this space.
People think you're still stuck in puberty.
Looking at the optics of online bro culture alone can actually be very cute, seeing these softies staging themselves as some stoic philosophical hero online. And I'm a softie too, but I'm not pretending like I'm not.
I don't want you to think I'm triggered by you. I'm not. Okay. I saw somebody say that, and I think that's interesting. I think you're annoying, but I'm not triggered.
Literally not even
Like
twig of
every
wow.
overdramatic theater kid, you just can't help yourself telling everyone how hard your life is, how much you struggle your whole life, when in reality, you might have no idea what real struggle is. So you have to pretend like you do. I have no idea myself. I don't know what it's like. I'm privileged. What differentiates this from this is that one of them is more honest and mature than the other. As usual
I
nowadays,
don't know what that lady was crying
everything
about.
is just shit and
Probably
giggles
true, though.
until you realize what real-world consequences this has.
Obesity comes from you Jews affecting our media.
They have taught us World War II history like we're children, and they freaked out when I shared a BBC documentary, no less, because they had tried to like wipe this from the universe about how Germans were ethnically cleansed.
Anyone who spoke German.
Stalin's. There's a book written by a guy, last name Kaufman, I'm blanking on the first name, where he said it's Germany must perish.
Wait, me reference.
As absurd as the
that's my
appearance
video.
might seem, there are
That wasn't me in the video. Me reference. Candace Owens is crazy, bro.
As absurd as the appearance might seem, there are unfortunately many who might laugh at it at first, but then start taking parts of it seriously. What started out as an ironic joke
United Nations
slowly turns into, well, there might be something to it. The absurdity and especially the irony works great as a shield against criticism. Because, hey, none of this was really
Foids,
serious,
yeah, that's
right?
a new
Oh,
one.
I love
Foid-
that. Yeah. Foids. That's the
The
new
upgraded femoid,
Yeah,
right?
femoid is now turned into foid.
It's like a huzz and chuzz. You know those?
Yeah, but that's like the normie version of that.
For sure.
Like,
It's just
and that's not
the evolution of language, not in
Yeah.
the similar moral.
Like when someone says like huzz or
spectrum.
chuzz, like, is that misogynistic? Absolutely. But this is like a fucking entirely separate wavelength of
Totally. I mean, in a Chomskyan linguistic sense.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
huzz and chuzz.
Yeah.
That's what he said about it.
inside the manosphere love to identify themselves
Void
with
is
characters
crazy,
from
though.
pop culture. Whether it's Thomas Shelby, Patrick Bateman, or so-called edgelord characters like Joko or Eren Yeager. Edgelord characters are particularly popular with incels because they see themselves in them. You know, the misunderstood outsider of society who are the actual victims.
Wait, me.
Or just straight up Nazi supermen. Edgelords break taboos or cross boundaries to provoke, often through sarcastic, dark
Yeah.
humor. This mindset is
Elliot
clearly
Rodger.
reflected in their visual
that was
aesthetics.
Stephen
That's
Paddock
why
and
it's
Elliot-
common.
Paddock and Elliot Rodger.
Stephen Paddock and Elliot
Legendary
Rodger,
link
and
up.
I don't know what the other guy was, but it's like, oh, we're so edgy. Oh, look at these mass shooters. We love these mass shooters. Sick. But then it literally turns into like irony into, you know, there is like a guy in your fucking Telegram that is going to be the next version of that. And I guess like, if you're that fucking angry, if you have that much hatred in your heart for the world that you live in, then I guess you don't have an issue with a person that does horrifying acts of violence such as that.
To see references to provocative imagery involving extreme figures like Nazis, mass shooters, or serial killers in incel subculture. These are often used to grab attention to epically trigger snowflakes.
Yeah,
who
look, like coping
These are
weepsell, coping weepsell, and honk pillar.
What's honk pillar?
Honk pillar is just like
You know what honk pillar is? What
No,
is that?
I thought it actually said Han killer, which is transphobic. I thought he meant like he kills trans people, but honk pillar is, God, my brain is so broken. Honking is just like clown world.
Oh,
The
what is
new meta
clown
is also
world?
jester.
Jester maxing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll do that all the time.
Yeah, jester. Oh, that's just jester. Politics is jester.
They say politics is jester maxing. How does that work? Wouldn't that be like a
Hassan knows trans slang I've never even heard of. Han is like, that's also like a transphobic, right? Isn't it? Isn't it like it's Hun. It's pronounced Hun, but it's spelled Han, Hon. And it's like
Hun like honey.
Han is when a trans woman doesn't pass. And I think it initially started amongst like again, it was like an inter community term that turned into like something on 4chan to be used against trans people, because so many of these motherfuckers are either literally in the closet trans or straightforwardly just like so invested in knowing deep lore about trans culture.
Right, like that guy earlier getting like high level.
Han is
Bigotry.
/TTT hyper online shit too. It's always a tell when another trans person uses it in earnest because it shows how fucking online they are. Lol. Yeah. Okay. The person who said this, girl clock. I wonder if this is supposed to be girl cock that you're
That's smart.
talking about how extremely online. how extremely online other trans people are with a username such as girl clock.
Often used to grab attention to epically trigger snowflakes who take everything too seriously. The dehumanizing ideology of incels is especially visible.
Clock is also another term too, to be fair.
Yeah, like clocking somebody.
Yeah.
And the cartoon-like portrayals of racist, offensive caricatures like Chads, Janks, or Tyrones. These exaggerated figures may come with a tone of ironic, dark humor, but are clearly ill-intended and just plain cruel. The caricatures closely resembles anti-Semitic cartoons or other forms of dehumanizing propaganda from the past. Unlike the Nazis, who used eugenics to justify racial hierarchies, incels used eugenics to measure attractiveness based on external traits. This reinforces the fascist tone of.
Wait, I gotta look.
You know, wheat waffles.
No, what's that?
That's weirdly the Black Pill channel that makes these charts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like he'll make a YouTube video about this is like what looks cute cell, pretty boy, ideal, uber mask, roid cell. And then there's a
Safe Sleazy's has been another one. No, that guy, I don't think that guy's alt-right. I think he's just like making fun of like Brooklyn podcaster culture. He makes fun of Me Too all the time. I don't think he is
there's
like
a Safe Sleazy guy.
Is he?
I thought Safe Sleazy was like a category.
Safe Sleazy is
archetype.
This guy, I think he's like a Dime Square adjacent guy. So I don't know if he was like actually fucking alt-right or not. But he makes these videos and he uses me and Curtis Connor as well, where he just like shits on Bushwick. Like the Bushwick
aesthetic.
Yeah.
I got grouped into Safe Sleazy when I had a mullet and a mustache, because that's like an archetype, like a Silver Lake mullet mustache guy with tattoos or whatever.
Wait, maybe Han is non-passing trans women. It was created by other trans people on /LGBT, sometimes called /TTTTT, and it's not really transphobic since it's mostly used by other trans people. It's used to cope with one's ability to not pass. No, but fucking transphobic people are so tapped. That was my point. My point is, it is initially a term. It's shortened for honey, to say, honey, to indicate that this other trans woman is not passing. But literally, even though it was like an inter-trans community meme, it has basically been, the inter-trans community meme has turned into something that transphobic people, specifically like really deeply, like transphobic people who stalk trans people online and like try to lolcow them like Kiwi Farm style, they have appropriated the terminology to indicate transphobic statements, like to indicate their own personal transphobia. What does not passing mean? That she doesn't look feminine? Yes, like not passing a rigid gender, like a rigid gender binary. Not, that's what passing means. What is this? I low-key do not. DW transphobe. Fuck
Probably
with transphobia. Transphobia phobic.
Whoa.
Low key, I do not fuck with transphobia. Hey, W.
Transphobia phobic is sick.
W's in the chat for not fucking with transphobia. Am I right? I low key also don't fuck with transphobia.
I have a racist phobia. How about
Brick,
that?
derogatory. There are trans people who also use that language in self-deprecating ways. Trans women are famously never extremely online. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've also talked about why trans women especially are incredibly online, because they have to exist in a sense of community online, because there is no community that you can have that isn't immediately in physical danger if it were to exist in the real meat space. It's internalized transphobia. It's not intra-community meme. It's toxic as fuck. Yeah, for sure.
What do you think about the masculine ideal there, which is positioned at 5? Do you think that's the ideal?
This guy?
Yeah, sort of a Henry Cavill. No.
Women
ideal in the middle.
Oh, this is the ideal. This
Andrew
guy.
Tate.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. He looks like he's mogging though.
Is he mogging?
But this is contributing to
where are you on this? Where are you on this list?
I think I've been called a high tier normie.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know where that is in the ranking, but some used to call me a Chad Light. Some older photos I'd probably be considered a Chad Light. I think I'm maybe normie to high tier normie, depending on the day.
Okay.
What do they place you at in the?
I don't know. But my favorite thing is like, while everything that I communicate is like very gay, very woke, very soy, very not based, very jester, whatever the fucking
Gesture
new
max
terms are.
as fuck, yeah.
But the way I look, on the other hand, is on the exact opposing side of that chart. So they have a really hard time coming to terms with that. Where like I'll see it in like Lookism, which I looked at Lookism in 2019, like way back in the fucking day when it was first when they first like built that website. No, as a fucking meme to see
for sure.
To see what the fuck these freaks were saying. But someone please translate what the fuck this 40-year-old is saying. Bitch, this 40-year-old is spitting game at you right now.
But like with you, like if they hear what you're saying and then the aesthetics don't match the content, they'll say, actually, you do look like shit. And they'll like find a photo where you like, they'll call you soy because of your glasses or whatever. Like they'll find a way to...
They post me in the maid outfit all the time.
Oh yeah.
They post me in the fucking they'll be like, this guy's trans.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They're clocking.
But like
function
I do have
very bad.
the automatic, like if you put me next to like one of these yelling at women podcasts, if you put like a podcaster from that orbit that has presented themselves as like this beacon of masculinity next to someone like myself, like who the fuck is the audience going to respond more positively to? You know what I mean? No disrespect, but I look more like the masculine bro guy than they do. They look like fucking nerds. But I do think personally that there are a lot of people that also kind of look like that podcaster. So they want to feel like if you just yell at women, then you will be perceived as more masculine than everybody else.
Like Andrew Tate or who do you mean? Like the sword?
No, not even Andrew Tate. Like the whatever podcast.
Oh yeah.
Like there are
those guys are crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people want.
They're all red.
A lot of people online that look exactly like the whatever podcast hosts.
Brian
want to. You know more than I do. Want to feel as though if they are to communicate like alpha sentiment by just like shitting on women, then they too are alpha, just like the whatever podcast bros are alpha. It's not about like actually working out. It's not about actually working out. It's not about actually, having a healthy diet and being physically fit or being confident. It's just about like how you communicate that.
That's why we love Jeff Nipper, because he's like normal and he's cool and he gives physical fitness advice. What about Mike Israetel? You see the latest thing on him?
Yeah, people are saying he's a race.
He's doing
realist.
like race science, yeah, or something like that. He said race is real. There's been stuff that like he said over, like he has a podcast that's
he has
like
a PhD. He should not be saying this.
I don't know, man. People with PhDs can be really, really good at one subject and really stupid about others.
That's true, but like his PhD is still kind of related to biology. You know what I mean? Which is why it's not like he has a.
That's true.
It's not.
It sounds like whatever his conception, and we could find the clip, but whatever his conception of race being scientifically real was derived not from like any sort of academic thing, but probably from like reading the bell curve and not watching Sean's video that debunked the bell curve or something like that. You know, stuff like that.
Oh my God.
He has a podcast show as well where he does like he talks about how cops are cool. I've only seen a few clips of it, but anyways.
He has a lot of like right-wing libertarian tendencies, 100%.
Yeah, the latest thing is just more extreme, but
and also I don't agree with race realism. And
really,
for those of you who were wondering if
we hate it,
if you were worried about that,
were people worried about that?
I don't know. Fucking who knows, man. But the thing that's really fucking annoying about that is these guys. They like, I don't understand, because you point to something that is like easy to identify, right?
Which one's that?
Where like they'll be like, oh well, black people have black skin, you know, clearly there are racial differences. Yeah, but you're the one who's extrapolating additional social constructs off of that. You're the one who's actually ascribing values to that, which has no scientific basis. So it's this weird, like, wishy-washy bullshit, completely fucking destroyed, failed scientific movement of, like, race realism that you're trying to bring back and relitigate. and it's just wrong. It's dumb. It's wrong. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, with Dr. Mike too, what's funny, or I don't know if people call him that, but like Mike Israetel, people are saying in chat that he gives like low-key bad advice. And I've watched a lot of his fitness content, and a lot of it aligns with
My name is Ella.
Oh, I saw a TikTok clip of this. I
oh
think.
yeah.
Genetics and biomedical sciences, I acknowledge that race is not a biological reality but a social construct. To provide a brief introduction to what I will be talking about.
Like there are of course biological traits that come along with race. Like yeah, like black people have more melanin. You know what I mean? Like it's just that's not. But what we understand as race is completely socially determined. It's the values that we have added on.
In this video, let's briefly review the history of race as a concept and a few of the major reasons why race is considered a social construct with no true basis in biology or genetics. First, the concept of race did not begin with the field of biology or genetics. The concept of race began with Enlightenment thinkers like Carl Linnaeus under the pseudoscientific veil of biology and genetics.
Unless I don't actually know how you do the stream.
You're right. No, you're right.
Based on external traits. This reinforces the fascist tone of their visual symbolism. The value of a human being becomes quantifiable.
Oh yeah, hoflation they call this.
Oh yeah. I know. My favorite content creator, Asmongold, also had a tweet about that.
Oh, nice. What'd he say?
Oh, where was it? Chat. Someone in the chat will link it real quick. What did Asmongold say about hoflation?
I love
no,
that
not
for
Homath.
him.
He
Homath is a channel.
Homath is the channel that he likes, but he also said hoflation. Wait, oh shit! Someone just. Where are all the hot girls working at GameStop? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Everybody always talking about hoflation. This is so uncharacteristic. It is so not like his voice too.
Yeah, Chat GPT ask him to write it like a hip hop style individual.
Yeah. Everybody always talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target to see hot bitches working there every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working.
True. He's right. He's got a point, man. Where did that come from? Because I've never seen him say anything like that, and anything like that since.
Yeah, no, this was
it's
like
just randomly. What the fuck?
No, this was he got real hot about this. I think he was just like everybody always talking about hoflation.
So he's saying hoflation is going down because the hot women are going to do OnlyFans at home. So
yeah, it's not a hoflation.
That's good for him though. That's good for him.
It's not. There's no. He's saying hoflation is not real.
Right.
Hoflation can't hurt you. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't fucking.
That's your favorite? Yeah, he's my favorite too. Probably.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best in the game. Nobody's out here doing it like that. Okay.
Your attractiveness, the higher your worth.
Hoflation is the idea that like women have a higher standard for themselves. That's basically what it is, right? Isn't that what it is?
No, hoflation is like women only want to go for hotter guys. So because all the women on like dating apps are going for the hotter guys, then the 5 and the sub 5s they call them are not getting any matches, which is making the matches they do get lower on the scale because they have to go down in order to get matches in order to date. So the guys in like 1 to 3 are left with nobody to have.
I just thought there was more hoes. Like I thought that, and the value of the hoe is going down because there's like the market is oversaturated with hoes.
Oh no, that might be with black pill guys. It's a different.
Okay, hold
thing.
on.
You're saying
I'm gonna go get a Teflon pan and we're gonna slam our head. Like, to make sure that our prefrontal cortex is eroded so we can comprehend what they're saying.
Yeah.
I think
that might make our skulls look hotter.
That's a double benefit.
Win-win.
Okay.
These guys are awesome. Yeah.
Because I don't think you're going to be able to comprehend what these guys are talking about until you like have a debilitating medical condition.
The thing about black pill guys is it's like the entire thing is debunked by what else are you going to do? Like if you think you can't get a date and you can't get a match because you're irreparably damaged or whatever, then you do whatever you can to try and do that, and if you aren't successful, then that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, you've talked about like any man can be a 7, right? If he just does the basics, like hygiene, workout, learn how to dress, those things, and I think that's fair. Like, how many dudes do you know that have a girlfriend that have the incel skull on the right? See, or like right there. I know hella dudes with a girlfriend that, or like a husband that have that skull.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So it's like
this is a real case. A USA doctor decided to end the nature versus nurture debate. So we work with a bunch of orphanages to split twins into different families with different social and financial status. While his research is still sealed as the subjects are still alive, it appears he concluded that nature plays a bigger part in what type of person you become.
If his research is sealed, how do you know, bro? He opened the crypt. TikTok fact, by the way.
That sounds like the most unethical that sounds like the most unethical research I've ever heard in my entire life. This is literally a 4chan conspiracy. We got studies, but you can't see it.
Yeah. Just trust me, bro. The study says he didn't release the way he conducted it.
Yeah, I
wonder
think,
why.
Yeah.
Well, splitting up orphans is like,
yeah,
they're already
that doctor famous. Mengele.
Yeah. His name is Joseph Mengele.
Yeah. I feel like twin studies were
What's up, twin?
Twin studies have been done. It's not secret. It's taught in cognitive science. No, I know, but not like this. I don't think you can't just because someone is an orphan doesn't mean you can just like manipulate their existence. I mean, I guess maybe this guy did, but I'm saying that like you can't safely conduct an ethical study that is replicable, that could be tested with a entirely unethical premise.
Do you have ADHD by chance?
Yes, I do. Why?
I do too.
Because you want me to get back to the video?
No, I'm just curious because like the reason I don't stream, part of why I don't stream, not saying it makes it a bad stream or anything, but I do this too, and it makes me like I get distracted at the point where I forget if I'm trying to work on something on stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's actually trying to avoid the topic of incels because this frankly seems like a bottomless pit. The aesthetics of incel ideology deserve their own deep dive. So I'll be covering that in a future video. In a nutshell, men and women believe in fixed hierarchies in society. They have scorn for women, glorify violence, emasculate men, see themselves as victims, talk about conquering women, are fundamentally anti-feminist, justify or belittle assault, hate queer people, and love minors?
Yeah, all our ops are
So
pedophiles.
done with the manosphere, man. Let's...
Yeah, that's like... I feel like that's new meta. I mean, or maybe if you think about it, that's like the oldest meta of all
The
time.
new meta is pedophilia.
Yeah.
With these guys. Yeah.
It's just like a very strange thing that I
Latest
started
patch.
noticing. Like we had like I feel like we had like a good 10 to 20 years where like people just basically were like, oh, you're a pedophile. That's gross. Right. And now people are like, nah, actually, like he might be a phebophile. Like that's what they do. Which, as I like to say, is basically you admitting that there are some minors that you would want to fuck, okay? You're like, nah, you don't understand. These are fuckable minors, okay? Not the unfuckable kind. Ew, gross. Which is crazy. When did this happen? You know?
Yeah, people get really touchy about like pedophilia accusations. I've gotten in trouble for that, for just being like, oh, this guy's a pedophile because they did something weird, like on Twitter or whatever. It's part of why I got banned, I think, one time a while ago. And when they start pulling out the distinctions, it's always like, what like normal people don't talk like this, you know? Like,
yeah,
it's funny.
Just move on. What's next? Oh no.
Ben, this video is really good.
Yeah. Pronouns! My goat. Everyone became him. Everyone made fun of him, and now everyone is
We're all
him.
tired of Gamergate. Me too. But if we want to talk about far-right
Babytron, what's his
aesthetics,
name?
we can't ignore the most ridiculous, embarrassing, and...
You say Babytron?
Yeah, little baby, that guy, the bald guy.
No, Babytron is...
Someone versus Babyface. His name is crazy. That's all I remember.
He said Babytron, dude. Yeah, this is Babytron.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Hold on.
He won a beefy
fuck up chatters. All right,
What's
let's keep
that?
going with the video.
Call of
No.
What's Miles?
Nah, don't worry about it. It's
Really?
just-
Is that another music person?
Nah, just don't even
singer?
Google it. Don't even.
You know
Let's just keep
Miles.
One
going.
that heavily overlaps
Chat,
with
help
the
me out.
manosphere.
He's gatekeeping his
Gamers.
favorite music.
It's pointless to try and have a political conversation with many male gamers since they will insist they're totally apolitical. They just want to keep politics out of their games.
True.
Right? Steve Bannon? You can activate that
XQC?
army.
Oh yeah, you don't know.
I never seen that.
Yeah.
That's insane. Oh, it was the Aiden Ross thing.
Yeah,
Right. I
Trump
remember
met
that.
XQC
Yeah.
one time. It was like 100% tariffs on Canada. We can't let these motherfuckers into the country. That's literally what he did. He met one guy from Level.
Can I see this clip? I've never seen that.
No. It's just see now you're ADHDing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, see,
We
It's
just
easy.
enjoyed a Babytron, but yeah, I feel my thing is as a video maker, I feel bad for Ben, but also I'll watch it on my own time. That's just a
Right?
funny screenshot.
Steve Bannon?
It's just so cringe.
You can activate that army. They come in through Gamergate or whatever and then get
What
turned
is
onto
this
politics
guy
and Trump.
saying?
If you're part of a fandom or a gamer and chronically online, you've definitely seen these thumbnails, right? Very similar to the ones floating around in the manosphere bubble.
Fuck whites.
Women
Wait,
in
go
these
back.
thumbnails, right? Very similar to the
Oh.
ones floating.
Our game has no white males. Fuck whiteys. Oh my god, perennially in a state of panic.
I can't
It's
believe
just
she had that hat.
permanent victimhood, dude.
That's
all-
low-key a hard hat.
Yeah.
Floating around
Yeah, that's
in
real. That's definitely a hat that she
Yeah,
owns.
it was definitely real, and I
Yeah.
want one. Fuck, I
Yeah.
should make merch that says stuff like that.
Men are to blame for everything. Men, we are sorry feminism has gone too far. Stop asking me what I am. Why I am not enough. What?
Manosphere bubble. Women in these
My thing
thumbnails
with
are
gender
often
content a little
emotionally
bit is like from covering the manosphere for a little bit, like a couple years ago, I was covering for a couple years. It's like my perspective on it has not changed as far as the manosphere, but now I also see a lot of clips that are, it's like girls saying dumb shit. I don't see them a lot, but I'm like, this person's rage baiting or this person's unintentionally being dumb because people generally are dumb and all these people are making money off of it. But like, whereas I would have in the past been like defended a person that's saying something dumb because people are being misogynistic towards them. It's like you can just say they're saying dumb shit and then move on to say why this guy's like this, the anime avatar vampire misogynist.
Yeah, it's over.
Or
You're
like,
misogynist now. You covered the
yeah.
manosphere so much, you became it.
I looped around. I fully horseshoe theoried, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's definitely, first of all, femcells are not the exact same as incels. Okay?
No, not at all.
They're not.
Not at all.
They are annoying, but that's pretty much it. Like, they're not fucking doing like, mass shootings and shit. And also, and this is the same thing I always fucking explain to people, like, you still have to understand that like femcells are operating under the same patriarchal constructs that we are all operating under, and therefore they have no fucking power. They have no systemic hierarchical forms of oppression that they can just lean on. Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, oh yeah,
certainly.
the one femcell did that, but that was
right.
but again, that was like a white supremacist Telegram group.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what do you call it? Ultimately,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it just like doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah,
is
I
what
don't mean to
mean.
weigh them in the same way. I just feel like there's an evolution of like online content that at a certain point, when you're looking at gender content, you have to recognize that it's a huge kind of clown fiesta of rage bait from everybody. One of them has systemic power and one of them doesn't, of course. But
Lack of systemic power doesn't necessarily mean lack of cultural influence. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of femcell cultural influence. Go talk to your mom. Okay, go talk to any woman. Go talk to
Conclusion.
a woman, please. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, obviously not to the same scale. No, there is no scale. Like, if anything, the gender wars dynamic has absolutely created like a lot of women that are understandably resentful towards all men, understandably resentful towards like the uneven ground that they're playing in. But ultimately, there is no It's true. On CNN, they're saying they need an Andrew Tate of the women. Yeah, we need the ladies to
Yeah.
start sex trafficking
Yeah.
some men out here. What is this? Like, it's more so a reaction, and it has very little cultural cachet, in my opinion. It's just like not real at all. It's just annoying. At most, it's fucking annoying, and it's I mean, some people get duped by it for sure, but ultimately it is irrelevant when we are talking about like the systemic inequality that like women are faced with, especially with like access to healthcare, abortion. You know, I mean, there's a woman who was fucking literally forced to carry a pregnancy to term after she had already been in a vegetative state. Like, what are we talking about? That's in America, you know? I agree it's a reaction, but there's like a niche. I agree the outcome is mainly just annoying. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying. Who cares?
I think specifically with like content, because that's what a lot of like, I don't know, there's a lot of focus on like the manosphere and to a much lesser extent like femcells or whatever. So much of the discourse that happens is kind of like this guy makes money doing this. He makes money propagating misogynistic ideas to an audience of misogynists, right?
Yeah.
That's not systemic power, right? And from my feelings of covering guys like this, at a certain point I got kind of frustrated with it because I was like, this stuff's bad, and there should be people like calling it out and critiquing it and like showing, you know, exposing that this content is so prominent. But at the same time, how does this relate to like the larger levers of power? You know, like it feels. I mean, that's the transition I made like in October 2023, because I was like, even though this stuff is harmful, and even though the Andrew Tates, like people should be calling it out, I feel like to an extent, you know, the online content aspect of it is grand scheme inconsequential, even if it does affect a lot of young men, which that's, I mean, I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. That's just my personal, I guess, like journey with reconciling how like communicating politics that are, you know, feminist, or trying to be normal about it and get men to be normal isn't it's not the best way to go about it isn't probably owning these guys that are just like total trolls, you know.
Feminaz balls ruin everything in colleges, bro. The fuck you mean?
True.
Dude,
the
men
people
hating
come up
women
with
lead to Israel. What? Feminaz
Holy.
balls is so funny
That's a
because
new one.
he went from feminazi to feminaz ball.
Wow.
If you understood the Chad apartheid,
no shot,
bro. You go
they're
back far
cooking.
enough, you will find that I looked like shit, okay, for most of my life. This is a new phenomena.
Is this
okay?
person joking, you think?
You're Chads and run everything. No, this person I think
said
is
I'm a
like
Chad?
deeply unwell.
Said I'm
Poor
a-
ugly guy.
Oh.
Most liberals are Zionist compromised. The only true liberal is Cenk Uygur. Do you condemn the Chad apartheid though? What about the
Whoa.
male loneliness epidemic?
That's from like 2 weeks ago.
Don't you want to be like next Vladimir Lenin or some shit? Don't you have ambitions to be like Vladimir Lenin though? Fucking. What do you think about the Chad apartheid? What about the feminists who beat men today in the Chad apartheid, where only 20% of men get laid, but 80% don't?
That's the hoflation thing I was talking about, which is that's
It's the
not
Pareto
true.
principle.
Oh
And-
yeah.
And some people unironically think that like if they get like a white nationalist traditionalist society, like they'll have like a state mandated girlfriend, but they won't. Anyway, yeah, he's this. How do I escape poverty? Don't you want to be like the next Vladimir Lenin or some shit? Okay, but yeah, but
Chad
she's a woman.
apartheid
What
is
can
a
you
fun
do?
one. That's a new one. I haven't heard
Fuck
that.
Destiny. Fuck Israel.
Okay.
This guy is pro-Palestinian, but also deeply concerned with the unequal terms that he believes
He's
exists
against
under.
apartheid.
Yeah, he's against all apartheid.
All apartheid, including
Chad
for-
apartheid.
including for
no,
the
he can be helped.
sub-fives.
This guy can be helped. He's just,
Yeah.
he's not so far down the pipe. I mean, he is very far down the pipeline. Let's be real. But
I'm curious what the Chad apartheid means. Like I'm assuming
he means like he's saying that Chads run everything. And if you understood the Chad apartheid, like you're Chads and run
Yes.
everything, and the
we
uglies
do run everything.
The uglies are you know forced to be permanently servile in a servile state. The Untermensch. See how quickly it turns into like all this like genetic predeterministic values. It very quickly just jump to like neo-Nazi sentiment. This is what I was talking about with like even the black pill stuff.
Yeah, there is lookism though. I think that's a thing.
Yeah,
Like when it comes to positive masculinity or whatever, there's topics like lookism.
Hold on.
That we pulling up the chads who run everything.
Let me show you the chads who run everything. Okay. God damn, dude, what a fucking stud this guy is. Look at how fucking sexy he is. You know what I mean? I just want, I want to be all up in his guts. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I want to
Ew.
be, I want to have sex with him. That guy.
Are you harassing the president?
I want to have consensual sexual intercourse with the president because he
is tall.
He's sexy. Yeah, you're giving him more ammo.
Of course I am.
You're giving the chat apartheid guy more ammo.
I'm a sub 5 devil's advocate.
Let me pull up some more chads. Hold
He's
on.
tall. He's kind of funny.
Hold
you,
on.
You
Let
think
me,
Trump's funny, right?
I
He's
do.
jester maxing low key.
I do think he's funny. Another looker right here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Chad's running everything.
No, you're not jester maxing for politics. You're wonk maxing. You know wonk?
Yeah.
I heard people call Virgil Texas that one time, and I liked it. I thought it was funny.
He's maxing some other shit. I think.
He's minimizing the ages and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's maxing out on some creep shit.
Yeah, I think like
high appeal because he's status maxed.
Yeah, that's what they say, right? They'll be like, you can be ugly if you're rich and powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but
the
bro,
Chad apartheid.
You have to understand that these guys were Chads in their primes, which allowed them to concede power.
Wait,
Now they
look up young Mitch McConnell.
I mean, it's right here.
Oh.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's funny.
Wait, here's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his fucking Chad, dude.
He's Chad.
Yeah, that's why he was allowed to status max, because he was sexy.
Now the conservatives are not the Chad, only leftist. I'll take if you're calling us Chads, I'll take it, man. But I'm against apartheid. You're against apartheid.
The Beatles look like that at a certain point, and they had a '60s harem. At a certain point, you got to realize, like,
60s haram.
You're doing this when you find yourself defending the sexual panter that is Mitch McConnell. You have to realize that you are so desperate to make this theory fit that this counterexample has completely destroyed your worldview.
I'm curious where this comes from, like what this guy's watching to make him think this.
The Mona Lisa was considered Kim Kardashian. It changes, bro. The Chad apartheid changes. At no point was Mitch McConnell considered hot, bro. Are you fucking stupid?
It's Chadflation. It's Chadflation, bro. Because guys like you are out here on the TV looking all hot, and now he can't become the speaker of the whatever.
Bro, beauty standards do change. You're right. Mitch McConnell never fit the beauty standard of the day. What are you talking about?
Mona Lisa was considered Kim Kardashian. It changes, bro. The Chad apart. I just needed to read that game. It's so
no,
awesome.
This guy's fucking awesome.
No, but
This
bro,
guy's
you have
awesome.
to understand in the 1600s, being fat was Chad, and Mona Lisa was pudgy, which was considered a Stacy.
No,
you know Stacy.
I like that he, yeah. Notice how you didn't use the 1960s and went to the 1600s. Beauty standards in the United States of America have changed since the 1960s, but not as dramatically as, like, I don't know, beauty standards born out of like food scarcity, for example, considering that the material conditions are fairly similar overall in comparison to like multiple centuries ago.
I'm curious how he defines a Chad. Poor ugly guy 2242. How do you define a Chad?
Mona Lisa was not considered hegemonic feminine beauty. Yeah, I don't think Mona Lisa was like important as a figure because she was like considered hot. But that's besides the point. A Chad is whatever is rare, so being fat, pudgy was rare.
Oh,
what? Dude.
So Chad, no,
Dude,
this guy doesn't know what a Chad is.
Debilitating genetic conditions like genetic disabilities are also incredibly rare. I don't think you're running around saying they're Chad.
Bro, if you're going to be a black pillar, at least do the reading. All right.
Yeah.
That's
what
not
the
what a
fuck?
Chad is. Actually, we shouldn't recommend that they watch black pill content, but
yeah, Stephen Hawking was considered a Giga Chad because of his incredibly rare genetic condition.
What's the one for smart? Because there's like a jester maxing if you use being
What?
funny to
Many
get
women
girls.
actually like guys with progeria. It's called disability maxing.
He got us. He got
What?
you. He got you, bro.
I don't even. What's
What is that?
progeria? It's Hutchinson-Gilford progeria syndrome. Wait, what?
You're getting baited.
He's destroying me. He's destroying me in the marketplace of ideas.
Owning you. Wow.
Have you read the famous cancer romance novel that shit makes ladies wet as fuck? Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't know what makes ladies wet as fuck, okay? Like, definitely. Definitionally, you don't know.
This is top tier bait. You let them do this all day, it's you.
Yeah, it's all, I mean, sometimes if it's like entertaining like
no, this guy's awesome.
Yeah.
Chad apartheid, I'm keeping that. Oh, Chad apartheid. It's one word.
Yeah. I don't know, Big Dog. This chatter is cooking. Yeah, he's
awesome.
He's Chad apartheid pilling everyone.
Yeah. He's one of the Beatles, dude. That's so awesome.
Yeah, that was so
That's
good.
a good one.
That was good.
Holy
that was good.
shit.
He's resistance against Chad apartheid, and he's resisting by attacking the Chads directly.
Hysterical or hypersexualized. Or it's Rachel Zegler, these apolitical, edgy, basement-dwelling free speech warriors.
Twitter ain't gonna be ready for this take right now, but it's okay to be white. Peace. Which is like, you went to the Klan rally. Like, what do you mean they're not ready for this take? They've been excited. They've been saying the take. Yeah, guys, I went to the Klan rally and I was like, black people are inferior. I know I don't want to be like anti-woke around you guys, but like, no,
I'm gonna say it, man.
They love that, I think.
They're not gonna like it.
Yeah, they do like it. Also, what is up with these nails, man? Oh, gross. Motherfuckers' nails are so busted. It looks like AI art.
Yeah. Just want to protect the last sacred safe space for men. A place
Is that a bug?
that's safe from
Yeah.
being
Oh,
feminized.
hell yeah.
The last
Is it
where
Okay,
real
That's my
men.
favorite.
You're
That's
not.
your
You're
favorite
not.
streamer?
Yeah, you're not Asmongold maxing like I am. You're
Yeah,
rot
I guess
maxing.
not.
Asmongold is rot maxing, which women love. The
Yeah.
Stacys.
When you have a hole in your wall with the rats in it.
Yeah.
And still be men. Real men.
And I'm so tired of the world being dictated by emotions
This guy got
and
divorced? Or
feelings,
was that a different guy?
and we have to
Yeah,
accept everybody,
Yeah.
even though
Isn't
they
his
don't
dad like a
accept
raper or
us.
something?
And this
Yeah.
new era is just
That's
a
awesome.
bunch of fucking pussy limp dick.
No, he had sexual assault allegations against him from, I think, his, like, I don't know the fucking full details, but he's just like a weird, creepy guy, right? But then he came at me one time and was like, my dad didn't fight to protect free speech so you could do free speech, basically, something along those
Yeah.
lines. So Twitter found out that his dad was like a super famous sex pest in the military, so much so
You got
that they
like discharge, right? Or
yeah,
something like that.
and
Discipline.
they literally like wrote a new law around, you know, his dad. Like they named his dad's name is in the congressional record.
Oh my God, he did the Roe v. Wade of rape.
Yeah, and then he got like really sad and made it seem like I made everybody know about his dad when his dad was, again.
Oh,
and
he
I
was
repeat
sad.
this-
His reaction was like,
No, yeah, he
this is
cried
so
and said
messed
like,
up.
I can't even like do content with my dad anymore because like Hassan outed him as a rapist.
This actually happened. This is real.
Yeah.
Dude, you live in an awesome world, man.
Dude, no, I don't.
That's
It's
so-
really bad.
That's so cool.
No, it's really bad. No,
From looking from the outside in, it's really cool.
bro, there are okay.
You guys are witnessing
You
history.
see it. You see it with like the Ethan shit. Like there
Yeah.
is a decent amount of people in Ethan Klein's community that unironically think like I am responsible for Kamala Harris losing the election.
Right.
Like, what do you say to a person like that whose worldview is so warped by like internet drama that they genuinely fucking think that like a Twitch streamer actually had this kind of epic power?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is him being sad
Due
about it.
to all being resurfaced by Hassan, I suppose I will no longer be interacting with my father in any way, shape, or form on my stream.
So, how does this protectors
I-
of masculinity visually manifest?
Dude, I'm not able to talk to my dad anymore because of Hassan. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But it worked. It worked, man. People believe that shit. People like unironically think like I am responsible. Like they don't have the
You are
capacity to go-
responsible for making his dad go rape people in the military?
Yeah,
what
like
the
no,
fuck?
I don't understand. People genuinely go, Yeah, that tracks actually. You mentioned the powerful entity that is Hassan, because I guess like I have so much I have so much space that I occupy in their minds that they legitimately don't even think beyond that to go, wait a minute, that doesn't really make sense. Your dad was on C-SPAN. Like you had members of Congress like talking about his sexual assaults. Like what the fuck?
You're just doing investigative journalism. They're saying Bad and Banana unearthed that. Is that true? I think Bad and Banana or somebody unearthed like the Willie Mack shows getting married to like an IDF lady or something, which makes sense. He was the guy who did the big expose on like you with the Al Ali bombing, hospital bombing, right?
Yeah. He's a brilliant political, probably one of the best minds
He
in
just
politics
cares about
right
the
now.
truth.
Yeah.
So yeah, compromised.
You're gonna fucking get a PDF? A fucking pedophile? You're gonna get a predator? He's a proven pedophile. Shut the fuck up. Who are these?
Yeah, his organization OTK dropped him because he had credible sexual assault allegations against him. Not Dr. Disrespect. I'm talking about TikTok.
Oh, yeah,
Weirdos,
yeah.
man.
Memes, anime, and pop culture characters.
It's like memeing into existence a government agency.
And then speaking to the internet the way it likes to be spoken to, which is memes, actually.
The left can't meme. They're already trolling him. He has been trying to troll the city back as much as he believes he's been trolled. It's epic trolling, shall we say.
Just makes trolls like
I'll
myself
probably head up
very
this
happy.
video.
I
am
become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
Bro, propaganda back then actually kind of slapped, but now we have
Unless you got
this.
more plans.
They especially love using
Yes,
Wojciech
dude.
memes, like the stoic
Wait,
men
what did
who
he say,
don't
though? I
get
didn't-
triggered
he said
unlike
something
those
racist.
liberals
Supported.
actually
Oh.
do, which is so fucking ironic.
Wait, I
There's
think
the
the dog
NPCs,
licked
the
dog food
chats,
onto
the
me.
soy faces, and so
Yeah.
on and so on. And just to show you how painfully uncreative the right usually is, they constantly recycle the same old memes over and
That's a
over
good
and
sign, right?
over again.
Yes.
Doge, laser red eyes, thug life, epic troll. And dear God, if someone is still unironically using Pepe the Frog outside of a streaming context, it's a massive red flag. The fascist appropriation of Pepe has been thoroughly
we
documented.
still use it in like Twitch streams and shit, but like there are people who like unironically they call like the honk guy, clown world, friend. There's so many different variants of it. The groypers, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. It is crazy that people are just like out there in the real world blasting that shit openly and being like, this is me. I'm friend.
Oh, like
And it's
groypers
still-
in real life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kekistan. I remember this stuff.
A favorite among white supremacists and incels, the groyper version especially. But Wojciech memes are currently the newest victims of appropriation, which frustratingly is pretty smart. Like, try explaining to someone who's not online all the time that a fucking frog or Wojciech could be a Nazi symbol. They understandably think I've lost my damn mind. What the fuck
I
is
remember my
Wojciech?
my stepsister got a. What did she get? She got like a little frog thing in her house. It was like a little frog sculpture thing. And I came over one time, we were eating dinner, and I was like, "Oh, I saw you got like a Nazi thing in your kitchen." She's like, "What?" And I was like, "The frog thing." And she's like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "I'm gonna just pretend I didn't say that, and that I haven't been looking at the internet a little too long." And
That's crazy.
We're gonna go about our day because I was like, it was a half joke, but I was like half joking, expecting she would know what I was referencing. But that's because I was a little on the internet too much.
You got bus driver checked.
What's that?
I always my theory
yeah.
of talking to explain this to a bus driver.
Yeah.
Will you be able to explain this convincingly to a bus driver in a matter of 60 seconds?
Could I do that with the Pepe? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No, because
See,
it
there was
requires
this thing
you
called Gamergate. No, before that was like it's over.
Yeah. It's just like you have to be able to like point to culturally relevant things that normies understand. Anyone can understand the concept of Chad Apartheid, bro. Exactly. Exactly. You walk up to that bus driver and you're like, listen, there's Chads and there's fucking Stacys. Are you job shaming? No, you fuck. Shut up, bitch.
Job shaming.
Shut up,
Job
bitch.
shaming.
Take a week. Actually, you know what? Fuck
How
it.
would you explain Chadflation to Chad Apartheid to a bus driver? How would you go about that?
I was rate limited by Twitch. Okay, you did
Oh.
30 seconds. Oh, wait, I'm still being rate limited by Twitch. Fuck.
Like I'm the bus driver here.
Okay, what am I explaining to you?
Chad Apartheid.
I'd just kill myself in a video game. I'd be like, I'm
grab
getting
the
out.
wheel. Yeah.
I'm getting out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Damn, this guy's good.